You don't wanna leave, 'cause it feels like home. You're sitting house with no floor. You can feel the mud seeping in, but you just choose to ignore all the evidence that what you think isn't real. You don't look because you don't like the way it makes you feel. You say you need the shelter to get through all your problems. That's why you choose to live in a house with no walls.
Thank you for coming to the 21st Annual California Freethought Day and our return to California State Capitol. And a virtual welcome to everyone watching us live from Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Let's start by thanking our sponsors: Allied Office Software Training, American Atheists, Black Non-Believers, Atheists United, American Humanists Association, the Military Association of Atheists and Freethinkers, Atheists and Other Freethinkers, the Reason Center, Black Humanists and Non-Believers of Sacramento, TakeTheRedPill.com, the Atheist Community of San Jose, the Freedom from Religion Foundation Sacramento Chapter, Sunday Assembly Sacramento, Hispanic American Freethinkers, the Secular Student Alliance, and Center for Inquiry. And how about a round of applause for all of the people I just mentioned, all together, that made it possible today for all of us to be here doing what we're doing. We all had a great time at last night's fundraiser reception, and we thank you so much for being part of that. Thanks to the Courtyard Marriott for being such a great host. Thanks to the state of California for today's venue, and, listen carefully, the CHP for keeping us safe. Today, these grounds belong to us. They are not a public area. While we are using them, the CHP is here to protect us from anybody who would come to these grounds and proselytize or bug us. So thank you, CHP. Thank you, California. If you tweet, if you do the gram, are you a TikTok influencer? Sure you are. Please use the hashtag #FreeThoughtDay and share the day with everyone who couldn't be here, because it's the way we watch things now. Be sure to follow us at #FreeThoughtDay on all social networks. That is at #FreeThoughtDay. That is what you want to follow everywhere. And for those who are here in person, don't forget to visit the community tables, and you can win. Complete the survey in your program, collect 8 stickers from each participating table, turn it in at registration for a chance to win one of the 3 gift baskets filled with over $300 in books and other goodies. If you don't have a program, head to the registration canopy and grab one. If you're at home watching, you can win door prizes as well. Just take the survey that will be sent to your registered email later today. And finally, I want to remind everyone here at the Capitol and viewing online of our Code of Conduct and privacy policies, which you may find in your program on our website. We want everyone here to feel safe and welcome. And if you have any concerns, please seek out a volunteer or a community member and communicate what problem you're having, and they will make sure that it is taken care of. Any questions? I'm kidding. There's no time for questions, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for bringing that beautiful pet. Thank you for being who you are, and thank you for supporting everything that this day stands for. Now, please join me in introducing the man responsible for what's happening here today, the man who brought me here to announce everything I'm going to announce. And I thank him for that because I'm the right guy for the job, frankly. I am. And I love this man very much. I have for many years. Please welcome to this podium, David Diskin.
Emery Emery, everybody. Oh boy, an election is upon us. Am I right? And in under a month, registered voters across the country will again direct the future of our health care, our environment, affordable housing, the separation of church and state, funding for scientific research, the rights of women and their bodies, and the rights of the LGBT+, and among other things, the very nature of our democracy. Yeah, no pressure, right? Today, we want to remind everyone of 3 essential steps to protect that democracy. Question: to look closely at every measure, every proposition, every candidate, to read the fine print, to trace the money. And please, if you're short on time, don't do your own research. Just reach out to the experts like the League of Women Voters, who is here today, who put in the work. And in the spirit of them, to be fair, to the spirit of our theme, you can question them too, but I do trust their judgment. Number 2, to think, to gather your evidence, to sit back with your favorite beverage and really, really give it the time that it deserves. Mull it over. Debate yourself and others on the merit of what's to come and how it will affect everyone, not just yourself, but everyone. And 3, vote. For the sake of the flying spaghetti monster, get out and vote while we still can. While the polls are still open. While, at least here in California, the barriers to voting are relatively low, completely fill in those little boxes, knowing that your vote does make a difference. Local elections especially. They are decided by a neighborhood. And those school board members, those city mayors, those county supervisors, they wield a tremendous amount of power. Now perhaps this is preaching to the choir. But California Freethought Day believes that everyone who can vote should. And if you haven't yet registered, stop reading and visit the bottom of our website for this link. If you are registered, find out how you can help others to do so before the election on November 8th. That's the message this year. Question, think, and vote. Let's keep this democracy going. Now, in the spirit of that democracy, it's my pleasure to recognize Representative Jimmy Gomez. Mr. Gomez regrets that he couldn't be here in person to accept our award, but he was very delighted to hear that we chose him to be one of this year's recipients. Representing California's 34th Congressional District from Los Angeles, since 2017, Jimmy has also served in the State Assembly for 5 years. Representative Gomez is the son of immigrant parents and a member of the Congressional Freethought Caucus, just like several other recipients of this award. He's being recognized today for his efforts in advancing electric vehicles, affordable housing, and reproductive rights, for assisting students in debt and protecting employee unions while sharing our vision of a secular government. We'll mail this off to him. We'll mail this off to him tomorrow, but let's all show him our appreciation and other lawmakers like him that are doing the right thing. Tomorrow is Indigenous Peoples Day, and on the land on which we now stand, it once belonged to the Nissean people. And so we start our event with that acknowledgement, a reminder that together with the Medu, Miwok, and Miwok peoples, tribes that still live today, their land was taken, and we are privileged and humbled to be here. Through education and awareness, it is our hope that the systems which oppress indigenous people can be torn down, along with any others who suffer from systematic injustice. Again, I want to thank all of the volunteers that were here today at 8 a.m. setting up, everybody that was involved with the reception yesterday, and all of the speakers that you're going to hear over and over again. All of the speakers, yes, all of the sponsors that you're going to hear over and over again throughout the afternoon who've paid a lot of money to make this day happen. Many of them are here today as represented by the tables that you see, and I encourage you during the breaks to go check them out. I want to thank a special anonymous donor, without whom I don't think we would have half of this that you see here and the advertising that brought a lot of you here today. So thank you to that anonymous donor. I also want to introduce to you my friend, my longtime friend, and someone that I've wanted to bring to Sacramento for many years. As a filmmaker and a producer, Emery has worked with Penn Jillette, Teller, and comedians Paul Ravenza. His podcast, The Ardent Atheist, once won the People's Podcast Awards in the religion category. His most recent work is the documentary Science Friction, which takes a close look at how the news and media understands and misunderstands and misrepresents scientific research and the skeptic community. 8.5 stars on IMDb, and you can watch it on Prime Video and Apple TV. He's performed stand-up throughout the country. He's hosted a radio show, and today is certainly the highlight of his career, the MC of our event. But the film that most of you might be familiar with, The Aristocrats. Please welcome, and he's been told to keep it clean today, our MC, Emery Emery.
Thank you, David, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify as other. I am Emery Emery. I'm your MC for today's wonderful experience. You will enjoy the speakers that you have before you today. You will enjoy the day. It sounds like it seems like the weather is pretty. It's not bad. It's kind of nice. Are you guys okay with the weather? Is everybody comfortable with the weather? Fantastic. Right now, I believe we are moving on to two local poets who have never been on this Freethought Day stage. I want to make sure we have them ready. David, are we ready? Thank you so much. Our first, Brad Buchanan, performed for us last night at the reception and was outstanding. If you were there, you saw that. Brad comes from Sacramento State, where he taught English until 2017, then retired after being diagnosed with T-cell lymphoma. Relax. It's not as bad as it sounds yet. His diagnosis has driven his writing ever since. With his fourth book of poetry nearly finished, his writings have appeared in over 200 journals and now at the steps of the California State Capitol. Please welcome Brad Buchanan.
Thank you for the very enthusiastic introduction. So, I'm going to read from a book called The Scars Aligned. And I chose the title for a reason that I think is important to mention today. Cancer survivorship is dominated by the discourse of religion and militarism, and there's a sense that we get oftentimes in the cancer community that God has a plan for us, and if we die, well, that was God's plan, and if we survive, oh, there must be a plan for us now to do something because we're survivors. I don't really buy into that, so I decided that instead of ascribing my survival to something up there in the stars telling me that I had a mission in life that God had given me. Rather, it's because I took my scars and made them into a pattern that made sense. So it's not the stars that aligned for me, it's my scars that aligned. So I'm going to read a few poems from this book. The first one is called The Differential Diagnoses. The alphabet once scattered throughout my blood has metastasized, producing a poem, Cancer and its early equivocations, a subcutaneous haiku sequence, individual nodules linked mainly by their distinctive form. Perhaps only the conceit of an overly active imagination, but something in me wants the capital T-cell truth to be spelled out accurately at last, in all its Baroque malignancy. Give me straight talk, in off-rhyme or halting measure, or an epigram even with murderous closure. So I owe my survival to science, of course, the miracle of science. People often address me as though I am a walking miracle. I'm not so keen on that idea. But I do have certain superpowers, according to my younger daughter, who gave me the title Cancer Man. My younger daughter hails me like a new superhero, with a name no one in their right mind would want. She mocks me for my newfound power of disappearance, my alter ego no longer secret, my compromised bone marrow soon to be replaced with a chemical stronger than anything she can imagine, my skeleton laced with a negative force field, my muscles long hidden at last revealed, my flabby normalcy stripped away as though struck by lightning or bitten by a mutant animal. She laughs at me, the little villain, afraid to admit that we're all only human. Thank you. So part of what I take to be my task as a survivor is to be honest about the people I know who have died through cancer. My mother is one of them. This poem from The Scars Aligned is about another one of them. The poem is entitled Morning, Mr. Sharma. My roommate of 4 days. His soft moans were gentle, lilting songs of pain. Ativan made him Mozartian, but he vomited and could not stand. They gave him methadone at last when there was nothing else to be done. He spoke through a tumor in his throat and inflammation in his tongue. He had to say things many times before anyone could understand. He tried to speak of his grandchildren and life in Fiji, where he was a sportsman, a bartender, a taxi driver, and a prankster. So said his daughter, who came and sighed and wheeled him home. They gave him less than a year to live. He died last night. I honor him. Cancer patients occupy a world I would call phantasmal, ghostly, almost otherworldly. If you've been to a cancer ward, you know a little bit of what I'm talking about. This poem is called The Neutropenics. Neutropenia is when your immune system is badly compromised by chemotherapy in general. The neutropenics. They tend to walk after 9 p.m. when they hope to find the hallways empty and to watch themselves in the perfectly darkened windows, neon yellow ghosts taking their medicines out for a stroll, smuggling oxygen under their masks to sip in secret through blood-caked nostrils. You do not need to meet their eye. They will not touch you or even risk any of the more sanguine oaths. So if you would like to, you could unabashedly admire the smoothness of their slow footfalls, the unearthly elegance of filmy armor, ponder at length the garish style they work so diligently to preserve through its single journey, yet come to revile. Again, the language of Christianity kept creeping into my consciousness as I underwent a stem cell transplant, which is a medical miracle if there is such a thing. And my brother was my donor. So this poem is sort of co-opting a phrase, my brother's keeper, and adapting it to my completely secular belief system. My brother's keeper, what I shall keep of him, he will not miss. He will come freely to give his life and leave with everything he has still in his possession. He has so much of the precious self I lack and need that he may dispense it gratuitously, but I can't think the less of essential sacrifice. He must come freely and give his life and whoops, I have forgotten the rest of this one, so I will have to pass on. I apologize. This next one is called The Gift. All my life I have waited for this without knowing which one would come first. The dangerous suffering that brings meaning to everything else, or the blood-borne generosity of a brother who undoes the death I ought to have accepted by now. Every day a new gift deepens the craving. There is never enough of love or gratitude. I will take the worst there is to offer. I cannot find an alternative. All right, I think I have time for two more. This one is called My Byzantium, and it's based on a poem by William Butler Yeats about some sort of afterlife that he has imagined that I believe I came close to inhabiting in the transplant ward the night before my transplant happened, which came as close to an afterlife as I believe exists. So the poem alternates lines from Yeats and me. It starts with Yeats and then I say a line and Yeats comes back and so forth. You'll probably tell the difference, actually. My Byzantium. The unpurged images of day recede. I try to walk till I forget them all. The emperor's drunken soldiery are abed. The drugs, the tubes, the body's bloated soul. Night resonance recedes, night walker's song. Miles Davis eases me to the nearest window. After great cathedral gone, with a languid shimmering solo. A starlit or a moonlit dome disdains, a city's infrastructure dully shines. All that man is, at every step, all mere complexities, my feet prepare to slip. A stranger saves my life with wise machines. Before me floats an image, man or shade. I see myself reflected, masked and gowned. Shade more than man, more image than a shade, with cap and hairnet pushing medicines. For Hades bobbin bound in mummy cloth, awash in robes and fluids, 20 pounds, may unwind the winding path, heavier than last weekend. A mouth that has no moisture and no breath, steaming up my glasses with a sound breathless mouths may summon. I keep as quiet as I can. I hail the superhuman. I am a lucky man. I call it death in life and life in death. I feel that even cancer is my friend. Miracle bird or golden handiwork, Messna and Tacrolimus by my side. More miracle than bird or handiwork, 2 stoic Romans coming for a ride. Planted on the starlit golden bough, encased in plastic boxes on a pole, can like the cocks of Hades crow. They form the standard by which I roll, or by the moon embittered scorn aloud, they flood my heart with noble chemicals, in glory of changeless metal, offering protection, common bird or petal, against fatal rejection, and all complexities of mire or blood. Their blue faces remote and inscrutable. At midnight on the emperor's pavement flit, insistent beeping from another room. Flames that no log has fed nor steel has lit, transmuted by the front desk intercom, nor storm disturbs flames begotten of flame, into a spreading chime, brings a rushing nurse, where blood-begotten spirits come, Someone nearby is getting even worse, and all complexities of fury leave, or needs a simple task performed with love, dying into a dance, or there's been some mistake, an agony of trance, a dormant threat is awake, an agony of flame that cannot singe a sleeve, and will not be appeased at this remove. A straggle in the dolphin's mire and blood, tomorrow my brother's stem cells will be in. Spirit after spirit, the smithies break the flood. They'll leave his veins in millions, become my skin. The golden smithies of the emperor and mucous membranes enter my bones, renew marbles of the dancing floor, the withered marrows. Bring me back to break bitter furies of complexity, an afterlife I never knew was real. Those images that yet a self I left for dead, another type of blood, that dolphin torn, that gong tormented sea, a different tasting world in which to heal. Thank you. And this is the one I end all my readings with. It's called The Reading. Tonight I will read to you from a book to prove that I have survived all this. More than the usual intimacy of poetry binds us here. This is the moment when the cure becomes official and worthwhile, when all that silence and darkness sees its patience embodied and multiplied. You are its essence and reward. Words imprisoned, despairing, are set free as we speak. Rip the folded pages of my illness open. Let the wounds breathe your trust. You don't know how much you were missed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. Our next, let me make sure we're right here. Yes, okay. Next on deck, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce our first speaker of the day. Nancy comes from Chapman University in Orange County, California, a place I've spent many a day and months and year. I was in Newport Beach for a while, where she serves as the university's chaplain, director of church relations, and teaches a class on progressive Christianity. She's also a trustee for Americans United for the Separation of Church and State. She has a table here today, so be sure to visit them. United, where is Americans United for the Separation of Church and State? Where are you? Can I see you from up here? Over here? Visit that table. We are thrilled to have the Reverend on stage today, which may very well be a first, I think, at Freethought Day. I think this may be a first. Ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify as other, let's welcome Reverend Nancy Brink. I think you're a first. I'm not sure.
Greetings, free thinkers. It is a joy to be with you this weekend. David, you and your team have made my wife and me feel very welcome. I thank you for all of your gracious hospitality. I bring you greetings from Rachel Lazar, the President and CEO of Americans United for Separation of Church and State. It has been an enormous honor to serve on the AU Board of Trustees for the last 9 years. I must speak truthfully. I have taken a certain delight in telling colleagues and friends from my church that I was going to spend the weekend with free thinkers. If they gave me a blank look, I said, non-theists, atheists, humanists. And those who know me well responded, well, then you will feel right at home. How right they are. As a progressive Christian who reads the Bible metaphorically and not literally, who welcomes the findings of science, who does not practice her faith to get her ticket punched for heaven, but to work to create a good life on earth for everyone, especially those who society has pushed to the margins, I am at home with all of you. I am happy to be here as a bridge builder because the deeply consequential issues of our day bind us together with common cause. I am happy to be here because your constitutional right not to be governed by religious views is in serious jeopardy. Americans United for Separation of Church and State is a national organization that has worked tirelessly for 75 years to maintain the constitutional wall between religion and government. AU's purpose is to support freedom without favor and equality without exception. By this we mean that every American, religious and non-religious, theist and non-theist and atheist, gets to live according to their principles and values so long as it doesn't harm others. It means that no set of values, religious or humanist or atheist, should dictate the personal moral decisions of another. Nor should our government favor one religion over another or favor religious people over non-religious people. It means that whoever you are in this nation, you have an equal right to vote, to serve in public office, to live free of fear and intimidation, to be treated with dignity and respect, to receive equally the benefits of citizenship. This nation has never fully lived up to the promises of our Constitution. We have always needed to form a more perfect union. That need for reform has never been more pressing than it is now. Basic constitutional principles are being compromised by Christian nationalists and others who wish to impose one narrow set of religious beliefs on all of us. We see this in religiously based adoption agencies, in school boards banning books and trying to whitewash history, in the backlash against LGBTQ individuals, particularly people who are trans, and in doctors' offices and hospitals that will no longer guarantee reproductive choice for their patients. So what is Christian nationalism? It is based in a lie about American history, claiming that the founders of this nation enshrined Christianity, white Protestant Christianity, as the favored religion. They are intent on spreading a racist message of fear among white Americans that they will soon be overrun by people of color, losing their white privilege. They support laws that limit voting, economic and political power of black and brown citizens. It is a perversion of Christianity that is misogynistic, homophobic and transphobic, anti-Jewish and anti-Muslim. Christian nationalists refuse to take seriously the science of sexual orientation and gender identity. They would rather trade democracy for theocracy. Andrew Seidel, the VP of Communications of Americans United, offers a powerful image in his new book called American Crusade: How the Supreme Court is Weaponizing Religious Freedom. One of the most striking images in the Bible that I cling to is this. People shall beat their swords into plowshares. This poetic vision of a world where weapons of war are repurposed for peaceful planting is a core biblical principle. But Christian nationalists are turning plowshares into swords that redefine and weaponize religious freedom. For decades, they have worked to build a powerful, well-funded coalition intent on maintaining white, conservative Christian privilege. Steered by the cynical maneuverings of Mitch McConnell, the Supreme Court now has a Christian nationalist majority. And all of us here, all of us, are the worse off for it. When I first started talking, if you've been around a few decades, you might have been thinking, Americans United. They do things like ending prayer in public school and fighting religious displays on government property. And you would be right. But we are so much more. We have entered the fray of abortion and contraceptive care, adoption and religiously based discrimination precisely because this Christian nationalist agenda is seeking to impose their theocratic will on all America. Americans United represents 4 families who are rejected by taxpayer-funded foster care agencies because they didn't share the agency's religious beliefs. A couple in Tennessee was discriminated against because they're Jewish. A mother in South Carolina, I love it, her last name is Madonna, who was turned away because she is Catholic. A woman in Tennessee and a couple in Texas who were refused service because they are LGBTQ. They all deserve the same consideration as straight evangelical couples to enlarge their families and offer quality homes for children who need them. Our tax dollars should never be used to discriminate against anyone. Earlier this year, AU argued before the Supreme Court on behalf of a school district in Washington state that tried to protect their students from religiously based coercion by stopping an assistant football coach from publicly praying with students on the 50-yard line immediately after games. The majority on the court ignored the visible evidence to buy into the deceitful narrative that the coach was merely engaging in private prayer. By siding with the coach, the Supreme Court is opening the door for more coercive prayer in public schools, undermining church-state relationships. The school district was forced to rehire this coach, but so far, he has not taken the necessary steps to return. And what has this coach been doing who once claimed he would return to Bremerton as soon as a plane can take him there if he won the case? What has this coach been doing? He's been making appearances at conferences sponsored by Christian nationalist groups, accepting awards, and hanging out with people like evangelist Franklin Graham and former Vice President Mike Pence. Additionally, AU is working diligently to pass the Do No Harm Act. Do you know about it? The Do No Harm Act is a federal act to help protect everyone's religious freedom while ensuring that no one can misuse their religious beliefs to harm others. This bill has been introduced in Congress, and we are working hard to get a hearing. Please join AU in urging your members of Congress to co-sponsor this bill, if they haven't already. When it was passed, it will stop religious freedom arguments from being used to allow discrimination. AU is working to protect free and fair health care. We represent students at Notre Dame University who have been denied birth control as part of their student health care policies. We oppose any denial of care laws that would allow doctors or nurses or pharmacists to deny services to anyone for their own personal religious reasons. And we oppose any laws, state or federal, that would restrict abortion care. We will not rest until women's health care options are not limited or denied. And the right to abortion is again a basic human right in this nation. On January 6, 2021, our nation's capital was violently attacked, and so many in the crowd were acting in accord with their Christian nationalist views. We saw people carrying the Christian flag and all manner of Christian symbols violently attack police officers and break into Senate chambers and offices of congressional leaders. As long as Christian nationalism is allowed to thrive, none of us is safe. In fact, democracy as an institution is not safe. So will you join us? I'm inviting you to join Americans United for Separation of Church and State. Our website is au.org, and you can follow us on social media. And I'll be over there for the next few hours to talk with you about these issues and work together. Americans United members come from all manner of religious backgrounds and no religion, and I've met a few members here. How many of you are members of AU? I know there's some in the crowd. Join us in our efforts to ensure an America that offers freedom without favor and equality without exception. Thank you.
You know what I'm going to say? Keep it going. Let's hear it one more time. Come on, Nancy Chapman. That was incredible. She hasn't left the stage yet, because if anybody has any questions they would like to walk up to this microphone and ask Nancy, we'd like to invite you to do that now. As you're thinking about what you're going to say, make sure that it's concise, specific, and ends with a question mark. You are not going to walk up to that microphone and diatribe. I will tackle you. Now, does anyone have any questions for Nancy? All right. All right. Nancy, I have a question. May I ask it? I would like to hear you talk about how you manage the separation that you have to deal with on a daily basis in a personal way and in a public way between your belief in a God and your secular, obviously your secular, not just activism, but mindset. Can you talk to us a little about that?
I was going to say I believe, but I'm going to start out I think. I think every person is a person of worth. And so I meet people where they are. I'm also not a part of the branch of Christianity that thinks my job is to evangelize people. My job as a chaplain is to help people find meaning in the meaning system that they bring into my office. That makes some sense to you? And to find, Chapman is pretty extraordinary, because rather than building a Christian chapel in 2004, we built an interfaith center, and we even have no religious symbols in the building, allowing people who are religious to be in there and people who are not religious to be in there without having anything that is off-putting or would make them feel less than. So I really think it is part of my theology to meet people where they are and to work together to help all of us find workable living solutions for individuals in their personal lives and for us as a community to make the world better for people. So he's walked over. He's not even listening. Do you think he... Can I ask you a question? So how as a comic do you every day bring this message to your comedy?
The answer to that is a comic is expected to challenge everything. A good comic, a great comic, a really effective comic doesn't pick any sides and attacks everything. George Carlin was that comic. Comics like myself, we strive to be that kind of comic, and we usually fall short because there was only one George Carlin, there was only one Bill Hicks. There are rare animals like those kinds of comics. And in the same way, there are very, very, very rare people who think there may be a God and behave and think like Nancy Brink. I really appreciate what you do. If more people did what you're doing, if more people thought what you think, if more people lived like you lived, more Christians could live in peace and happiness, the kind of thing the Bible really sees for human beings, than the misery and fear and hatred that actually has become what a Christian is. So thank you, Nancy. We're going to take a break now, and if you ordered food through David Diskin, you can find it in the white tent right back over here. The Panera meals have arrived. Go get that. Who we have up next? Thomas Smith, David McAfee, Elbe Spurling, Judy Saint, Alexis Record. That's who we're going to be seeing from next, but right now, take a short 10-minute break. We'll resume around 1:05 with our authors and podcasters panel. Go visit the community tables and check out all the great groups assembled here today. I want to say this also, if you donate $25 or more, help yourself to our hospitality tent and the snacks and drinks therein. Speaking of supporting our event, by the way, a shout out to some of the people who really came through this year. Kathy Johnson, Kimya Lambert, Minga Futrell. There is no way I got that name right. Did I? I'm amazing. I should never question myself again. Nick Gray, Robert Nicholson, and Wayne Orgar. Thank you to you. We'll be back soon. Welcome back. All right. Have you had a chance to take a look at some of the organization's tables? I think they're pretty great. Let's show some appreciation of the tables. Applause for everybody who presented at the tables today. Is everyone back from the live stream? Nothing. They're not. I can't hear them. Coming up in just a second will be our authors and podcasters panel, followed by our scholarship winners and the live music of Voices of Reason, followed by atheist activist Kevon Cameron. But first, we want everyone to know about the new website, naturalview.org. That's the new website, naturalview.org. The site focuses on believers who are thinking about leaving their religious worldview and joining the natural view of scientific understanding and critical thinking. The site's mission is to be a resource for people reevaluating or deconstructing their faith. And it's full of great podcasts and other resources. You can check out their table today or visit naturalview.org to learn more. And speaking of great podcasts and other resources, join me in giving a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and others, to 5 wonderful authors and podcasters here to share their stories with you and answer your questions. David McAfee, Elbe, Spurling, Judy, Saint, and Alex Record. And to moderate the panel, please welcome from the excellent podcast series Only and Opening Arguments, Thomas Smith. Thomas's podcasts are about science and politics and philosophy and even a little bit about parenting. Thomas, take it away. You can have that mic. All you got to do is grab it and it'll go live for you. It's magic that way.
Oh, I think you guys can hand this off, I think.
Okay. Would you like this one off?
Sure.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, welcome. I'm Thomas Smith. I figured, I guess for now I can do this. Maybe while we're recollecting, I figured I'd say a few things. For one, I don't know if people on the stream could hear. Earlier, there were Christians trying to drown out the proceedings with some really awful music. And I just thought it was such a perfect little analogy for what's going on. I mean, I think if your beliefs are based on faith, you need to do something like that. If you hear reason and argument being spread, you need something loud to get in the way. Otherwise, people of faith might be pulled toward reason. But I love how the same thing doesn't really apply to us. I wasn't really worried about any of us hearing really bad music and thinking, wait a minute, Jesus is Lord? Oh my God. My life, I'm changing my whole life based on this. It's pretty funny. I am Thomas Smith, as I said. I host Serious Inquiries Only, Opening Arguments, new show, Dear Old Dads, focuses on parenting and masculinity, and there's a lot of crossover of atheism and secular issues. I started off reading the entire Bible for a podcast, creatively named Thomas in the Bible, and I was doing more explicit atheism stuff back about 10 years ago, and then I branched off to other things. For example, Opening Arguments is a show that focuses on law and politics, but it's still very secular. The previous speaker, Nancy, mentioned a few of the battles that we've covered. I think it's so key to understand what's going on legally in our country right now, because theocrats have really taken over a lot of areas, the Supreme Court especially. And she mentioned the Bremerton case. I was going to touch on that as well, because that's the kind of thing where, as she mentioned, the pro-prayer in school side had to literally lie about the facts for that case. The other side, the dissent, they put pictures in the decision. That's something, I don't know if people follow the Supreme Court that much. That's unheard of. You don't attach pics in the Supreme Court decision. But the dissent in that case was so overwhelmed by how dishonest the right wing was, the Christian right of the court was, that they put pictures in the decision to show that they were just lying about the facts. Another one we've covered is the Of course, the Bladensburg cross case, where a 40-foot cross was seen as not religious, which seems pretty cool. I mean, if we put up a 40-foot microscope statue, could we be like, but it's nothing to do with science. It doesn't have anything to, yes, it's 40 feet, it's a microscope, but it's a, it's a secular I don't know. There's no equivalent to that. So those are some of the things we cover on opening arguments. Now I figured I'd hand it off to the panelists to introduce themselves. Maybe we'll just go in, oh, you have the mic. We'll go in this order. How about that? It was on. No, that's not this.
Hello? Oh, that works. Am I just introducing myself?
Yeah, introduce yourself and give a little bio for everybody.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I'm David G. McAfee. I have written 8 books on secular issues and atheism, and my newer books are children's books that explain religions to children. I majored in religious studies, and so the books are an effort to condense that education in a way that kids can understand. And they're the Belief Book, the Book of Gods, and the Book of Religions that are all available back there. And yeah, happy to be here. Thank you, guys.
Oh, just to interject real quick, by the way, as we're going through this, if you have any questions that occur to you, think of them, save them. We're going to take questions later. I wanted to give the heads up ahead of time rather than like at the end when you're like, any questions? Everyone's like, oh, I'm on the spot. So start thinking of questions now for our wonderful panelists, and continue on, Elbe.
Hi, I'm Elbe Spurling, and I'm best known as the author of the Brick Bible. It is my project spending 12 years illustrating the entire Old Testament and New Testament from the Garden of Eden to the Book of Revelation in Lego bricks. Why would an atheist spend 12 years illustrating the Bible in Lego? Well, I was raised Christian and became an atheist at age 13. I didn't know any other atheists. And it just felt like I was surrounded by people who kept on believing, and I didn't know why it was that I was seeing through something that they didn't, or it made me wonder, was I badly mistaken? So I went on to college and I studied philosophy of religion, and I wanted to learn the best arguments for and against theism. And I wanted to also, I was fascinated by how did Christianity or Judaism even start? How did something, especially if there's no God, what was actually behind it? So these are the things that fascinated me, and it caused me to read the Bible for the first time in college from start to finish. And as I was doing that, I kept thinking, I don't think most people actually know what's in this book. We have it in our homes. Lots of people, millions of people would call it our best moral guide. But if you actually look at the content, yeah, I don't know. Maybe you should take another look. So that was what led me to do that project for so long. I am still fascinated by religion, and the latest book I'm working on is a history of Christianity, the origins of Christianity, and the question of was Jesus a historical character, historical figure. And as I said, I studied this in college. I've kept up on my reading on the historical Jesus. If you're into that subject at all, you know that there's been dozens of books that paint very different pictures of Jesus. The scholarly consensus is one that had me convinced for years, which is that Jesus was a religious zealot in his time, a religious a zealot Jew who came up against the domination of the Roman Empire and ended up being crucified, which was their punishment for people who attempted insurrection. I have since become more convinced that paradigm is not the best argument, and authors like Earl Doherty and Richard Carrier have put together, I think, an even more compelling case that Jesus began as a heavenly figure believed in by a certain sect of Jews at the time of the formation of Christianity. And whereas other books, like the two authors I mentioned, focus on just putting forward the case for that, I'm trying to work that puzzle piece into a much broader telling of the origins of Christianity from a particular sect of Judaism that was heavily influenced by the 200 years that the Persians and their Zoroastrian religion was dominating the Jews before the Romans dominated them. And that brought into Judaism concepts that were never there before, like heaven, hell, Satan, Judgment Day, and 1,000-year of peace after Judgment Day. So many things that we now take for granted, and just we're in Christianity from the start, but not in other forms of Judaism at the time. So anyway, I'm trying to tell a compelling story. I've just finished an early draft of it now, so maybe this time next year I'll actually have that book available. I'll be shopping around to publishers, but willing to take any questions about the Lego Bible or the new book.
Hi, I'm Judy Saint. I'm the president of the Greater Sacramento chapter of Freedom from Religion Foundation. You might remember several years ago we put up 55 atheist billboards in Sacramento. We did. One of the most recent things we did was we sent the brochure that FFRF puts out called the Top 10 School Violations of Separation of Church and State. We sent that with a very educational cover letter, firmly worded, to every school district in the state of California. And we did hear back from one superintendent who said our letter restored his faith in humanity. A positive. That was awesome. And several years ago, I held a 6-part series called How to Discuss Atheism. It was packed every night. I find there's a big need for people to kind of understand their own non-belief in ways they can communicate it, especially to relatives, and especially now. And I saw on the bookshelves there was kind of a hole, something missing up there of just non-confrontational, positive, inspirational life without supernatural stories. And then I thought, if I made it a coloring book, you could give it to relatives very easily because it's as innocent as a child offering flowers, and it works. One person bought 18 and gave them out to relatives in Ohio and West Virginia. None of those were returned. Another person bought 15. Some people are buying it for others. Now, when people see it, they think, first of all, coloring book, that's for kids. This is very, very impactful with information. I think if you look through it, there's a table of contents. There are a couple of dozen different topics covered here. I think you'll be surprised at how simply you can talk about living without belief. There are no definitions, no labels, no divisions, non-confrontational. I think you'll be amazed at the quantity of information that can be conveyed in a picture. And each page has a caption at the bottom. It reads really like a bedtime storybook. In fact, most people that have received this have told me they never got around to coloring it, and that's fine. It's informational, but it's in a format that's palatable and non-confrontational. Take a look at it. It's for sale back out by the street. You can catch me over in the booth over here. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Alexis Record, and I live in San Diego. I'm just up visiting, and I have previously written a children's book, and I was part of the Women v. Religion anthology by Karen Garst. And I started writing my thoughts about my bedtime reading story time with my daughter on her blog. And it just got bigger and bigger and bigger. And she's like, I'm taking this off my blog. You need to write a book. And she made it sound easy. And it took 4 years to research. And was like 1,000 pages with 3,000 footnotes. And definitely not the final version I handed my publisher, who's also on the stage with us. Has anyone heard of the Chronicles of Narnia? Okay. Everyone's nodding. So C.S. Lewis's storytime books for children in the 1950s were Christian allegories teaching Christian children the weightier parts of their theology using animals in place, like Jesus is a lion. And he dies and comes back to life, and my secular kids were like, what? Like, over their heads. But as I was reading through these books, I realized that they're filled with not just religious lessons, but xenophobia and racism and racism and racism and lots of sexism. And I just couldn't read it to my 9-year-old. She was turning 10 without taking time every night to go over what we had read and make sure she wasn't just passively absorbing these lessons. So it is the book back there, the little black one. I say little. Not so bad. I did go over all 7 of his children's books, and it's like that thick. But I wrote a book that I would want to read myself, so I hope it's enjoyable. It's called Bedtime with Bitsy, a critical read of the Chronicles of Narnia, and I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you see it for what it really is, me processing my faith deconstruction.
Excellent, excellent. So that's everybody. Like I said, if you have questions, there's the mic there. Feel free to form a line. I don't know. But in the meantime, I like how this is the authors and podcasters panel. On one hand, you've got these brilliant folks who put thousands of hours and pages of research and thought, and I say dumb things into the internet for a living. So we're the same, though. We're this authors and podcasters. We're the same, all of us. Not really. I wanted to start off the questioning. One thing I love about your project is that you're not just doing the cherry-pick stories of the Bible. Like I mentioned earlier, I read through the whole Bible for a podcast, and it's unbelievable what's actually in there that nobody knows about because they don't read it. So my question to you is, which Legos did you use for the mountain of 200 foreskins that David collected to woo his bride, by the way? That's a great... I'll never forget when I proposed to my wife, and the bag of foreskins over my shoulder, it gave it away. It took away the surprise. She just was like, no way, no way. So yeah, talk about the weird, terrible stories in the Bible that you depict.
Okay. I'll tackle that one head on. If you're unfamiliar with that particular story, King Saul of the Israelites is dealing with this pesky upstart David who wants to marry his daughter, the princess, and Saul basically just wants to get rid of him, get him killed off. So he tells David, like, okay, you can marry my daughter if you bring back 100 Philistine foreskins. Thinking, who could ever do that? He'll get killed in the process of acquiring 100 foreskins. I don't know if he was supposed to barter for them or, presumably kill
How
them.
much for your foreskin?
Kill a man, and then cut.
You can have my Jello cup
is
for your foreskin.
weird. It's not my fault. Okay, so anyway, David impresses the hell out of everyone by bringing back 200 foreskins. And my job was to illustrate that in Lego. And as to what particular pieces, early on I found all, if you want to, my
so you actually did that?
And spouse Seneca is holding up the actual story over there. If you want to go by and look at it, please do. Early on in the Bible project, I realized I would need a lot of blood. And not just for the Nile River turning to blood in Exodus, but for a lot of scenes. And there are these dark red, translucent circular pieces, basically one little tiny stud piece, and attached to the same piece in yellow, which is the general color of Lego people. So that was my foreskin, and basically just piled up this big pile of them. And when people flip through my books, there's a lot of interesting expressions, but when they get to that one, they're just... Oh! And then they keep flipping, because,
What blows my mind about that
foreskins.
story, too, is, like, the pure manual labor that went into that.
Indeed.
Because, not only do you have to kill 200 guys, I imagine that day after the army was done killing 200 guys, that's not easy. They must have been tired. Then David's like, all right, a little bit more work after that. Hand out
friends?
these X-Acto knives, and everybody's got to be a 200... For how long? How long would that
You
take?
get repetitive stress injuries doing that kind of thing, yeah.
I hope they use wrist brace, braces.
Yeah, you need to know the right technique, so you hurt yourself,
So
Who was in charge of counting? Well, Saul, I guess, or his servant.
It looks like we have a question, or if we'd like to go with our first question.
Yeah.
Check that mic's on.
Hello.
There we go.
Hey, I had a question for everybody on the panel, and my question is, maybe talk about some experiences you've had, or maybe feedback from people, maybe theists who were exposed to your work, and how maybe it's changed people's perspectives. Maybe you can think of an experience or experiences like that. And that's for everybody
I'll
on
let
the
David
panel.
start.
Yeah.
That's a good question, because a lot of people like to focus on the negative interactions, and I run a Facebook page where I deal with a lot of Christian, a lot of all kinds of believers, a lot of atheists, hate mail from all sorts of people. And I get questions about it a lot where they're just like, how do you deal with the hate mail, or how do you approach the hate? And that's all interesting and valid, but I like to point out to those people as well that I actually do have a lot of positive interactions intermingled into there. The ratio obviously is not in favor of good interactions, but even just yesterday I got a message from somebody who said that they had been religious all their lives and never had a problem, never actually thought twice about it, and that they were at their grandma's house, and their grandma had a copy of Hi, I'm an Atheist on the coffee table. And they said they started just flipping through it while they were there, and decided to message me on Facebook out of nowhere, and just to say, like, hey, I for the first time in my life, I'm questioning things. And that doesn't mean that that person's an atheist, and I don't care if that person becomes an atheist, but the fact that they even asked the questions and that they planted any sort of seed is all I'm really looking for. So little things like that happen all the time, pretty much almost daily. And another type of interaction that ends positively is when I do get hate mail, where people come in with all caps, cuss words, all kinds of things, telling me that I'm going to die and burn in hell for eternity. And I tend to respond with just, I kind of kill them with kindness as much as I can. And I usually ask, what's going on that has you so upset by this? What's happening in your life, or what post of mine? Well, what's happening with you? And occasionally, 1 in 10 times, people open up to me where they're like, I'm sorry, I had a bad day, or even like, I just got drunk and I was sending Facebook messages and you pissed me off and I'm sorry. So those positive interactions happen as well. And occasionally, I get the ones where I've been dealing with a hateful person online for maybe years, and I don't block people on my Facebook page unless it comes to a point to where I have to, where they're threatening violence or it's extreme bigotry or something like that. And I keep them around specifically because I do want them to see my posts in their feed, and I want them to think about those questions even if it makes them uncomfortable. And sometimes after years, I get those messages where they're just like, hey, I know I've been a thorn in your side, and I apologize, and I do want to say that I'm a fan of your work. And even some of them have said that they're atheists now, but even if they don't, they just say, I respect the fact that you don't believe. I don't feel like I need to attack you, and I don't feel like I need to attack other non-believers. And for me, that definitely makes it all worth it. Even dealing with all the hatred and all the vitriol that I can deal with, it's all okay when I get messages like that. Thank you.
I'll add a little bit. With my project, I really appreciate that there are atheists out there making very direct attacks on weak, arguments for theism, and defending atheism against charges of, amorality, things like that. I really appreciate that. I also feel like there's sort of this wall between them and Christians that it's really hard for them to reach each other. And I recognized that early on, and thought with this Lego Bible project that this might be a way to actually reach Christians by telling the story. I tell all the stories using direct quotes of the Bible, and really my aim is just not to convert people to atheism, but to get them to think about their most important beliefs. Think about their religious beliefs. Think about the morality and where those ideas come from. Do they really come from the Bible? If you study the Bible, and it's been really nice that over the years I've had. I think because I've had that approach where I have atheist fans, I have very religious fans, so my mail has been about my feedback has been about 50-50 in the hate mail, love mail. But it's really great to hear from people who tell me exactly what I hoped to hear at the beginning of this project, which is that this project really made them think and reconsider what's in the Bible. And if they end up still being religious or even more religious, okay, at least you thought about it. And if it makes more atheists, that's probably a better thing for the world.
I do have a couple real cute anecdotes. One is that a niece gave it to her 98-year-old aunt, and she had to take a photo of the aunt on her porch outdoors examining every page. And the niece said that the aunt would spend minutes looking at each page because they're situational images from my life, and they tell stories. And the aunt didn't even know her picture was being taken, but it was very impactful that she sat with it, a very devout aunt. Another person told me it was like a whole different culture. I had no idea. And then she said there's so much information in it, I couldn't believe it. And most people, like I say, never get around to coloring it. Maybe someday they will, but it's packed with information and it's visual. And the feedback, the positive feedback I'm getting mainly is I couldn't put it down. It reads, there's a caption at the bottom of every page. It reads like, oh my gosh, we have all this in common. Oh my gosh, I had no idea. It's a whole different way, and it's all positive. I had some very religious friends look every page over and make sure there's nothing offensive. And they're dumbfounded at the amount of information that's in it, and it's a coloring book. On the other side, as soon as I started advertising this on Facebook, someone hacked into my Facebook account, and I won't say, but now I'm banned from Facebook. That happened in like 5 seconds. So I count that as a badge of honor. I did something right, I guess.
I'm now sad. I think we're friends on Facebook too. We were. So I have an interesting situation. So I have a biblical studies degree from San Diego Christian College. I graduated there valedictorian. I did missionary work until I was 30, and I was a Bible teacher. And somehow, when my book came out, that's when some of my Christian friends were like, "Oh, you're an atheist." So I'm pretty loud about it. I fly up here every year for this day, and I'm the executive director of Sunday Assembly San Diego. But if you don't know, Sunday Assembly is a non-religious community. You wouldn't catch that right away. And I am married, have been for 20 years, to a devout Christian. So I found out when I was a little more public about my atheism, because I was trying to get the Secular Student Alliance some money. All of the royalties, the author royalties, go directly to them. I became a safe place for people who I used to go to church with, who are still actively in churches I used to attend, and I'm trying to be very vague and not out them, but I got 4 different private messages from 4 different individuals who could open up to me, talk about what was really going on in their lives, things that churches would judge or theological positions would hold as sin. They got to be themselves, and I became safe, and that was such a privilege and an honor.
All right, looks like we have another questioner, inquisitor, if you will.
Can you hear me? Okay.
There.
You were talking about C.S. Lewis primarily, and can you give me, in your opinion, your favorite quote from him?
My favorite C.S. Lewis quote, I do like that he said that the Bible is not the Word of God. He did say Jesus was, and I'm like, without the source document of the Bible, you don't get Jesus from that. But maybe he meant his neighbor, Jesus. I'm a big fan of C.S. Lewis. Yes, he was super misogynistic, so he probably wouldn't have been a big fan of mine. But this is a man who evangelical Christians, that's my people, loved, adored, worshipped, because he wrote theology books. But this was a man in real life who had a gay bestie, who had a brandy in one hand and a cigar in the other, who was so much into S&M that he called himself Mr. Lover of the Whip, wrote about his fantasy life, which involved a lot of spanking and whipping women, and created a character in the Chronicles of Narnia named Jadis, who was the White Witch, who was a giant, strong, gorgeous person who loved to whip people. So if you love dominatrix in your children's literature, I think there's so many quotes I could pull out of context from C.S. Lewis that you would really like more.
I have a favorite C.S. Lewis quote. I think he said, "If people don't know that the big lion is Jesus, I'm going to light myself on fire." I think he said that, too. No, follow-up, okay.
My favorite quote from him, I think we'll all appreciate, is those who begin by worshiping power end by worshiping evil.
We have another questioner.
I'm trying to figure out. Most people, when they would reach out to engage with strangers, they would look for common ground. On the surface, it looks like you're doing the opposite. What do you? Someone say something about who you're trying to reach, and is it, you know?
Well, as an introvert, I'm actually not trying to reach people. Don't talk to me. I prefer to, find uncommon. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
I'm also an introvert, but in Hi, I'm an Atheist, what that means and how to talk about it with others, I have a section on, actually I address this in 2 books, also in the book No Sacred Cows, investigating myths, cults, and the supernatural. In both books I have sections about how to talk about controversial subjects and how to approach these issues. And in No Sacred Cows, I specifically use the words in a subheading, find common ground, because I feel like in any discussion, regardless of the topic, that's how you get to any conclusion that you're trying to get to. So a lot of people, their goal might not be to convince anyone, and a lot of times that's not my goal. I'm not, every person I come into contact with, I'm not trying to make them an atheist by any stretch of the imagination. But if I'm engaged in a discussion with somebody about these issues and my goal is to make them think about these questions, then I will find common ground. And for me, my common ground is almost always that I talk about my passion for the Bible and for religious studies. Because I grew up, I wasn't religious growing up, but my family was. And I started going to churches at 13 and going to as many as I could. And my goal was to learn as much about religion as I could, because I found it fascinating that, you'd have one church where everybody in here, I'll use my grandma's church as an example. We went to a Pentecostal church and they spoke in tongues and they handled snake handling and all that stuff. And they believed all of their beliefs with such passion and such fervor that it was amazing to me that right across the street you would have a different sect of the same religion of Christianity where they don't believe any of that, and they equally have that same fervor and that same passion in their beliefs. And so I was just fascinated by that aspect of religious belief. How can somebody across the world be so sure that it's Muhammad and Allah, and somebody here be so sure that it's Jesus and Yahweh? And so that's kind of where the genesis of everything began. And so I majored in religious studies, and I got my degree from UC Santa Barbara with an emphasis in Christianity and Mediterranean traditions. And when I'm talking with believers who, when I'm talking with Christians or anybody of the Abrahamic faiths, I get to tell them, what's your favorite story of the Bible? And mine happens to be, the coat of many colors happens to be my favorite story. Or I'll talk about the Good Samaritan. And I talk a lot about doubting Thomas. And so I raise these examples because I get to engage in a discussion about the scripture with people who value it. They value it even more than I do. They think it's something that's God sent. And I love these stories and I'm fascinated by them, and I spent my schooling studying them. So I feel like by starting there, I can get into a good conversation, and then I'll be like, okay, so is it okay to you that there's a contradiction in the next chapter of the Bible where it says this? And then we can start our discussion there. But by finding that common ground, it makes it more of a discussion and less of an argument. And that's kind of the general tact I like to take.
I too am quite the introvert, and but I'm not a solipsist. I realize I live in a society, and I would like to contribute to that society and make things a little better in whatever way I can. And through this art that tries to get people to think about the Bible, it is trying to reach the other side. I feel like, it's a basic human instinct, I think, to try to, like, I'm trying to think of an easy analogy, but all I can think of is a dumb one. But like, if you came into an office and you saw the water dispenser, and you saw some people trying to get water out of the top of it, and then you went over and like you knew that you could get water out of the bottom of it, like you would probably want to show the other people and not just sit back and laugh at them or make fun of them or something, because then everybody's gonna be happier. Anyway, that's my take.
That's a good one. Yeah, like I said, I felt there was a hole on the bookshelf, a missing place for something that was common ground. And that's what this book is entirely about, is the common ground. That's why I say it's non-confrontational. And I think that's what most surprises people. That there's one page that says, do you believe in God? No. Devil? No. Sin? No. Holy? No. Helping people? Yes. Oh, good. I need some help lifting this. It shows the whole book is about where we are the same. In fact, one of the last pages says, well, then what do you believe in? The two guys are fishing. And he says, the same as you, but just not the supernatural stories. That's what the whole book is about, is we are the same.
And I feel like I'm the easy one. I'm the Christian whisperer that am surrounded by Christians all day long, every day, and one's my best friend and spouse. So I have and this isn't always the most popular opinion, but it is a strongly held opinion that there is no wrong way to deconstruct, that the term deconstruct is kind of newer, and I'm, retroactively applying it to my own experience of deconverting from my faith. But you have this castle of beliefs that you've inherited, and you start at the top and you take it apart one brick at a time, and you evaluate each one and say, this is beneficial to me, this is good for me, this is healthy, and the ones that are toxic you discard. And for me, it looked like a leveled to the foundation, and then I could finally enjoy the beautiful view. For other people, it's going to look like a different castle. Some people are deconstructing more toxic parts of their Christian faith so they can have a stronger Christian faith. And I'm going to say that is okay. However you come out of deconstruction is a good thing. You are a better person, less toxic, and I will support you in that. Because if we have an end goal, like some of these pastors I've heard of do, you're deconstructing, good, you'll come out this way, or this is the goal, then it is not an honest process. And I think because I hold that strong opinion, I'm a little safer. I've had a lot of Christians come to me and deconstruct homophobia or ableism. And there's a lot of ableism. I have kids with disabilities. There's a lot of ableism in the church, in the theology, baked in. So that's deconstruct that, and then go with whatever your conscience is leading you to go to.
I'll take them both, and I'll just...
We can't hear it.
Hello. Okay. I know you guys are all sort of reaching out to children, and have you felt that your voices? Well, I mean, put closer to things. But anyways, have you felt that your voices are like suppressed in any way? And like, what more can we doing to sort of reach out and influence the next generation?
This is something I was actually going to bring up if we didn't have any more questions, because I love this topic, and I know David has a lot of thoughts too. But raising kids personally has been the most fun thing in the world. One of the theme is question, think, vote. I'm going to see if I can get them to vote. They're 5 and 3. I don't know if they're into it. But the questioning part, that's famously the punchline about kids, is they'll just ask questions and ask questions and ask questions. And it's presented in media like that's some sort of negative, annoying thing. I find it delightful. It is so fun. They just question everything. They want to know. For example, my genius child, Phoebe, is 5 years old, and she always asks me, I started saying when something's scary on the screen, when my kids get a little scared, I'll say, don't worry, that's not real. And so she latched onto that, and now she asks me from time to time, probably once a day, like, hey, Dada, is such and such thing real? And I don't know about you guys, I wanted to put the question to the panel perhaps, but I don't really explicitly teach my kids atheism at all. I just answer questions honestly. And then I think it will pretty much lead to atheism, probably, I mean, if it doesn't, it doesn't. But what I noticed is she started, for one, what's funny is sometimes she'll ask me if something's real, and it is real. For example, she was like, Dad, are alligators real? I'm like, oh yeah, actually they are real. And she's like, what, really? Oh my God, and it's funny the things that like, as a kid, you're starting from a blank slate. You have no idea you're brought into this world. You have no clue what's going on. And to see that like some of these monsters in the movies, well, they're monsters, they're fake, they're not real, but an alligator is. It's really fun, really interesting. But the story I wanted to share is the other day while we were getting ready for bed, I also have a 3-year-old named Arlo, and another delight of kids is that my 5-year-old becomes an instructor for my 3-year-old. She delivers lectures, and schools him. And apropos of nothing, like without me intervening in any way, Arlo was asking about something. I think he said, and he has a lovely way of talking. He said, "Are ghosts real?" By which he means ghosts. Are ghosts real? And Phoebe answered, and she said, "No, Arlo, ghosts aren't real. Invisible things aren't real." And that was something I didn't tell her whatsoever, but she had noticed the pattern of things that she had been asking about, like spirits or, whatever it was, and she herself had noticed, like, the things that we've classified as invisible. Now, I know it's not literally true, but the things we classified as invisible were often not real. And I thought that was so funny. So thank you for allowing me to share that story, but I want to throw it to the panel, talking to kids about religion and skepticism and so forth.
Yeah, I first of all, I like your perspective, and I like the style of discussion with the kids. I like that. In Hi, I'm an Atheist, I have in a frequently asked questions section in the back where somebody asked me, if you teach your kids atheism, aren't you just indoctrinating them into atheism just like you're opposed to doing with us, with believers? And I wrote that I wouldn't teach my kids atheism. I would give them a healthy dose of religious education. And I honestly believe, and the statistics show that it's correct, that the more a child understands about various religions, the more that they understand that other people believe differently than they do across the world and believe in the same way, and they understand the differences between those faiths, the more that they understand religion for what it is, for a phenomenon that evolved to help tribalize humans. And it's not a concept that comes easily to kids, but just by educating them on the basics of religion, you really can help them be more likely to be a free thinker. Now, if I educate a kid on religion and I tell them everything I know about religions and they learn about all the different faiths and they still come out a believer, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I would feel like that child got the education that they needed and they made a decision for themselves. So that's my thought on that process. In terms of reaching children in general, I haven't found too many roadblocks other than maybe the Christian homeschool monolith that exists, that anybody who was homeschooled is kind of getting educated in a Christian manner unless they're very specifically going out of their way to avoid it. And my children's books actually have found their home in the secular homeschool community, where they have a life of their own, where I don't advertise the books much, but they continue to grow in popularity because there's a deep, deep need for kids to understand religions more than just, I was given a children's Bible when I was a kid. That's not the type of education that they need. They need a comprehensive education that explains what beliefs are, where they come from. In the belief book, I put it to them and say, just imagine you don't know anything, and imagine you look out your window and everything you need is there. You have water coming from the sky and on the ground. You have plants you can eat growing around you and animals you can hunt everywhere. This is what our ancestors had in front of them, and they had to decide how that got there. Now, it makes sense to think, oh, a god put that there for us, or something put that there for us. So if you think about it in those terms, you can help kids understand the basics about religions. And like I said, my education in religious studies in college, I tried to make it so that kids could understand that. And it's easier than it sounds because the concepts are relatively simple. And then in Maggie and Daisy Explore the Farm is a book that is for 3 to 5-year-olds and outwardly has nothing to do with religion, but it still has those elements of telling kids helping kids think for themselves and ask questions and be independent. So that's kind of the way that I go about that.
I just want to, poke in. I think there's also a tendency, I think you all seem to have a very deep religious background. Oh, sorry, I feel like I'm hiding from these folks, so that's why I keep standing up. I'm kind of the opposite of Alexis in that I married somebody who had been not raised as an atheist, but just raised without anything. And it's different than you might think. It's like when I started getting into atheism and any of this stuff, if I'd mention any of these beliefs or these people, the reaction that she has is just like, what? What in the world? Why would anyone believe that? You mentioned like if they become a believer, so be it. I said the same thing. But I think these faith beliefs really do require instilling them early on, because they're so ridiculous in so many ways that unless you've been like raised with that as your frame of reference, you're not going to just apropos of nothing start believing in the whole, all of the Bible, talking snake, everything. So it's really interesting if you ever, if you know anybody or meet anybody who's been raised just as nothing, not like deconverted, but just raised without religion. It's such a different perspective, and it really shows you how much you don't need to raise an atheist. You really don't, as to the point. You don't have to raise someone an atheist.
I'll make a quick comment. Time and again, I have run into Christians who assume that just because I am an atheist or anyone is an atheist, that they are therefore indoctrinating children into atheism. I run into the same thing because I'm gay. I run into the same thing because I'm transgender, especially. There are so many attacks on transgender people right now. And the rank hypocrisy of it coming from Catholics or evangelicals who, are trying to paint others as the groomers and pedophiles when if you look at the data, it says something else.
Can we get an amen? Very good. Okay, before I answer the question about these being for kids, this is approved for, designed for all ages. In fact, it says that on the front. It says adult coloring book on it because it's kind of a popular trend right now for people of all ages, even older people, to want to kind of escape the news and whatever, and coloring is a good way to do that. Now, when it says designed for all ages, let me back up a little bit. I do have a California teaching credential in mathematics and also one in psychology with degrees in each one. I have a master's degree in educational leadership and instructional leadership and curriculum development. It's been a long time. So anyway, I kind of say it's designed for all ages, and I kind of know what I am doing. So that said, it's for adults. But I'm so excited to tell you this part. Freedom from Religion Foundation just bought 200 copies because you know how Gideon's gives out free Bibles to kids in public schools sometimes? They wanted a stock on hand. They're going to follow that with the adult atheist coloring book given out to the same kids. So they have 200 in stock, ready to go. They didn't want to wait for it. So it's for all ages, but it's really designed for adults, but it's a coloring book format so that it's innocent.
All right.
Okay,
we are just about time. Quick comment, but we got time.
But do you have a degree in the Bible?
We can talk about it.
I just wanted to real quick say I have a Christian spouse and I am an atheist, and we're both set in our ways, and we are both against indoctrination. The difference between indoctrination and education, if you have a dictionary, it's separated by a wide chasm of questioning. One is a set of assertions you have to accept uncritically. So when he shares his beliefs with his kids, he prefaces it with, I believe, or my church teaches, and just that, there was a study that showed that kids that were indoctrinated could not tell the difference between reality and fantasy when they were around 5 years old. My kids never had that problem, thanks to that.
Oh, that's excellent. I love that. I want to thank the panel. I want to thank everybody. We're at time. Thanks for the great questions.
Just one more question.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah. Can I come up now?
Yeah. No. What if I said no? Would that work?
Steal his mic and run away.
All right. Thank you so much, panel, and thank you so much, questioners.
All right. Another round of applause for all the authors, podcasters, and for Thomas for moderating. That was David McAfee, Elbe Spurling, Judy Saint, Alexis Record, and, of course, Thomas Smith. Great job, folks. Thank you so much for doing that. Did you enjoy that? Let them know it. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen and others, if you have found something that you know someone has lost, as I have found this cancer-creating machine, take what you've found to the registration tent and turn it in. And if you've lost something, go to the registration tent and they will give it back to you when you describe it to them, or put your hand up now and I will give you back your cancer machine. It's yours, isn't it? Okay. I swear I thought they were giving her crap. Is that yours? Is that yours? No, that was wrong. All right. So, we are proud to bring our next set of writers to the stage at California Freethought Day to introduce our $1,000 scholarship winner. Please welcome Angela Garvey.
Welcome, everybody. I'm so glad we are all back together again, finally. So my name is Angela Garvey, and I am the chair of our scholarship committee. We've been running our scholarship program for a number of years now, and with the support of one of our wonderful supporters, Robert Nicholson, we can hold a $1,000 essay scholarship, which we do every year. We also do a haiku scholarship, which we run in the spring. And I will share that with you after our winner from this year for our essay scholarship. So I am super excited. Our scholarship program every year, we run on the same theme as our whole program. So our scholarship prompt this year was, what are your thoughts about the issues that have you question what you hear, think about the state of everything, and vote in upcoming elections? And I want to introduce our winner this year is Hannah Benko. She is from the Bay Area, and this is a first for us. Hannah brings us an international perspective, as she is originally from Croatia and has been in the U.S. for only 4 years. She's super active in her community, and I'm going to let her share some information about that. So Hannah, please come share your essay and a little more about you.
Thank you, Angela, and thank you everyone for being here. I'm so honored to be speaking here tonight and for the opportunity. Hello. A little bit about me. I'm currently a junior at Camp Lindo. Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sweet. I'm currently a junior at Camp Lindo High, which is in the East Bay. I run 4 clubs at my school, and I work for a nonprofit sport organization where I coach volleyball, manage like 50 other coaches, and develop apps for them. As you heard already, I moved here from Croatia in 2018, and I still have most of my family there, other than the family that's supporting me here tonight, or today. Okay, are we ready? I'll be reading my scholarship essay today. Thank you all for being here. Every time I go back to Croatia, my homeland, I see it. The 3-hour train delays, the 3 weeks it takes for my doctor to reply to my email, the 3 months it takes for me to relearn how to navigate the unorganized Zagreb streets. I see the poorly masked impatience in how fast the people walk along the unpaved country streets. How my cousin harshly taps her feet against peeling hardwood floors, and how my loving grandma never sits at her own table. And they claim it's all fine, all normal. They claim that they're done with their wars, that losing our family's soul in the Yugoslavian legacy took place many, many years ago. But the issues still remain as clear as the moon's reflection on Dubrovnik's chaotic waves. Why do our social welfare programs still abuse government funding, if they have any, that is? Why do most of our doctors still protest vaccinations? Why doesn't garbage disposal still function in our capital? Why is pursuing science still discouraged? Why are women still only valued if they have a family? Why are refugees still spat on in the street? Did our independence really change nothing? Sometimes I think deep and long into the night about birthday dinners with my family. As a kid, I never noticed anything wrong with the constant bickering and bullying between my dad and grandpa, or how only my female cousins would be pressured to do the dishes while a delicious dessert was out. Now, I do. It all stems from traditions I'd realized one night, staring at the Big Dipper's beautiful tail. All of our social issues, the disruptive family dynamics, the refusal to change, it was all our fault. Not one wicked mayor, not one corrupt president, not my grandfather and his thunderous presence. All of us. And it will take all of us to change it. So even though I've only been in the US for 4 years, I'll be able to vote in my homeland soon. And vote I will for the removal of deep-rooted traditions from everyday life in any capacity possible. For the privatization of certain medical branches, for the increased funding for public universities, for the separation of church and state, for the government-supported influx of businesses and libraries. And though it might take years to convince my family that they should do the same, the sleepless nights will have been worth it in the end. We will have achieved something far greater than ourselves or our independence. Prosperity and a legacy. Thank you.
Wasn't that amazing? There's hope for humanity. So please join me in congratulating Hannah with our $1,000 scholarship winner for this year. So I also wanted to share a haiku, one of 7 winners from our haiku contest that we run in the spring. So based on that same prompt that I shared with you earlier, we invite both high school students, junior high school students, college students from all over the country to put their haikus on our theme on social media. So we have some wonderful winners on the back table in the back. And so I would like to share one of the winners this year. Her haiku is from Shayna McDavis Conway. And I really, really enjoyed this one. It says, "We must be truly powerful for them to try so hard to kill us." How powerful is that? So I want to thank you again. It's your support as well that helps us continue our scholarship program. And as I said, we have hope for the future with students like Hannah. Thank you.
Keep going. Let's hear it for everybody we just heard from. Wow. God, Hannah, thank you. Let me see where we're going next, folks. Ah, yes. 2000, all right. Voices of Reason. Before we move on, if you have not gotten your dinner from the tent that you paid for or was arranged for by David Diskin and the organization, you need to go get that soon. Otherwise, it will be given away to somebody because they will go bad. But so there is food over there. If you had ordered food and you haven't gotten it, please go get that. Otherwise, we're going to share it with others very soon. All right. Now, let's have some more love for some of the biggest sponsors. Let me find the list here. Let's do that right now. Applied Office Software Training. American Atheists. Yeah, you can clap for these folks as I go. Black non-believers. Now, they don't believe you have to be black to not believe, but they are black non-believers. Yes, they support all non-believers, but they are the black non-believers. It shouldn't be confusing. If it is, you're at the wrong place. Atheists United, American Humanist Association, the Military Association of Atheists and Free Thinkers, Atheists and Other Free Thinkers, the Reason Center, Black Humanists and Non-Believers of Sacramento, TakeTheRedPill.com, NaturalView.org. Now, are you ready to laugh a little bit? Get your groove on! Because I am excited to introduce all the way from my hometown of Los Angeles, California, the only secular a cappella choir that I'm familiar with, the proof that atheists do indeed love voices of reason. Voices of reason!
Well, we thank the giant spaghetti monster for removing the street cleaner people, but we have the crane guys now, so life is unpredictable. Check one.
Check. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello. We're going to do just a quick little sound check to make sure you guys can hear all the lyrics. 1, 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Can you hear us?
That was it. Thank you. That's all we can do. Janet, we just
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained?
This is from the book of numerology.
As we were so energetically introduced, we are Voices of Reason. And we are here in front of this beautiful building with all of you to remind our representatives and our congressmen about our values.
Okay,
our long-haired, hippie, radical, commie, pinko values. I see a couple of the older people laughing. Opinions of this old white guy do not necessarily represent those of California freethinkers or the other members of this choir. Anyway, in a way, we're all voices of reason here, and we're not here just to campaign and lobby and talk about it. We're here to sing about it. Yeah. But the thing is, there really isn't a song about going out to lobby. So we kind of wrote one to a tune you probably know.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a seat. Keep prayer out of our classrooms. Keep laws out of women's wombs. Legalize weed and mushrooms. Get homeless on their feet. To make this country great. Separate church and state. So what would Jesus do if he were younger? He'd fight climate change and world hunger. So listen, theocratic warmongers. Our votes count more than tweets. Tweet. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a seat. Let's go to the lobby.
All right, but no January 6th tactics, anyone. We're better than that. Don't break into the lobby.
Don't break into the lobby. Don't take selfies while robbing. Don't cheat electoral college. And please don't mace police.
All right, so I'm sure you're all familiar with the direction the Supreme Court Republicans of the United States, or SCROTUS, is going. I stole that joke from Roy Zimmerman. Anyway, but let me give you an example of the direction the SCROTUS is going. Justice Clarence Thomas has opined that homosexuals should never have had the right to marry. So let's consider that point of view in a form of a song by Roy Zimmerman.
Every time we think about same-sex marriage, it makes us sick to our guts.
I mean, two people who want to commit to a stable, monogamous, lifelong relationship. What are they, nuts? It's unnatural. Now imagine that lie with a person who is a guy.
He should only lie to his wife, the Bible is clear.
We're defenders of marriage.
In 3-button suits.
Yeah, raise our double standard and see who salutes. Defenders of marriage, defending the institution against people who want to get married.
Every time we think about same-sex parents, oh my gosh, we exclaim.
I mean, two people who want to provide a protective and nurturing family environment. Have they no shame? It's so deviant. It's a law, it's only words.
It's my second, my second, and my third.
And a family's based on obligation and fear. We're defenders of marriage.
Can you be on ours?
Yeah, vigilant and patriotic patriarchs. Defenders of marriage, defending the institution against people who want to get married.
One summer evening when my woman was doing laundry, I shared a six-pack with an old John Bircher. And oh so wisely he imparted an ancient quandary to ponder. He said his nature versus legislature.
We're an army of dicks with a militant sticks. Let's get the government out of our lives and into our pants. Defenders of marriage, defending the institution against people who want to get married
And have their insurance carried, and be beneficiaried, and be next to the ones they love when they are buried.
We dedicate that song to Mike Pence. Also, if you want more info, there's a booth here with a poster of ways to be in the same room with another straight person without it being gay. The official "That's Not Gay" poster has hand-drawn illustrations for cis men, and it's personally signed by Mike Pence. There's another songwriter in this movement to keep church and state separate, and that's Dan Barker from Freedom from Religion Foundation. And where the song we're doing now, it expresses concern about the effect religious dogma can have on free thought. And it goes something like this.
Beware of dogma, it has a bite. Beware of dogma,
It wants a fight.
beware of dogma.
It will ignite a holy war.
By itself, beware of dogma.
It traps your mind.
Religious dogma,
It makes you blind.
beware of dogma.
It's not designed to let you think
For yourself, if you let it out in the universe, there will be no doubt, everything is worse. Don't let it loose,
There ain't shit dogma.
it will reproduce.
Tie up your dog.
There's no excuse for ignorance. Anyone
beware of dogma. Don't let it loose, their ancient dogma. It'll reproduce. Tie up your dogma. It's no excuse for ignorance anymore. More
Please thank God for your dogma.
Da-da-dum, da-da-dum.
Thank you all for listening and for just being here. We're going to go continue thinking freely somewhere. And then we'll be back for a few more songs later. Till then, don't break into the lobby.
Don't break into the lobby.
Next to the stage, from Brooklyn, New York. This person coming to the stage hosts the YouTube channel and podcast for the Black Non-Believers. We talked about them earlier. Like many of us, I have not gotten the enunciation of this name properly yet. It's Kevon. Thank you, Kevon. He grew up with traditional parents. While he sought his own path, one that took him to Washington, D.C. and back, where he discovered the Black Non-Believers. He co-organized the Gotham Atheists and now sits on the board of the Secular Humanist Society of New York. Be sure to follow Kevon and all of our speakers. Their details are in your programs. And now, please welcome to this podium, Kevon Cameron. And I didn't ask about the Unity
All right. Hello. Thank you for having me. Not typically used to speaking, so bear with me. Bear with me. As every millennial, everything is on my phone. Okay, first, before I get started, I wanted to thank David Diskin for inviting me. I really appreciate being here. It's a great opportunity. As I was introduced, my name is Kevon Cameron. I'm the lead organizer of Black Non-Believers New York. It is a meetup group, a YouTube show, and a nonprofit organization. Be sure to check out our website. It's blacknonbelievers.org. You can donate and support the work we do there with a tax-deductible donation. So we really appreciate it if you do that. When I was thinking about what I was going to talk about today, a lot of ideas came up, and I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do and where I wanted to go with it. But then I thought about talking about something that sort of bothered me for a long time. It was, and it's going to start out a little weird, but stick with me. When I was younger, I used to watch, I'm sure some of you are familiar, you used to watch old reruns of TV shows, right? Like your I Love Lucy's, your Dick Van Dyke shows. And one of the things that struck me even as a child was they're married, but how come they're not sleeping in the same bed? Isn't that a little weird? And it didn't make sense to me that a married couple, I get it's TV and everything, but it didn't quite make sense to me, even as a child. But as I grew older, I realized this was censorship. Someone at some point decided it wasn't quite wholesome enough for even a married couple to be seen on TV in the same bed. It would give people ideas, and it would make people think, oh no, what's going on here? It seemed too vulgar to put on TV. So this is the basic crux of my issue. It's the sort of pretending that goes on within religion. Even though everyone knows that, hey, this isn't how things go, it's sort of just the way that religion operates. It's one public face of this is how it is, even though we know it's not this way. This is what I like to refer to as sort of pretend reality. We live in sort of a pretend society where we all have this understanding of how things really work, but religion says differently. If you watch most and this is one of my biggest issues, because you watch a lot of, I don't know, atheist or humanist programming, you'll get the sense that we're not supposed to imbue or sort of try to predict the intent of religious people. We're supposed to take them at their word, and if they say, hey, listen, this is what I believe, then this is what we go with. However, I think if you're a religious person, you say you value human life to the point where you're willing to force a woman to have a child, but then if that child needs health care, you're like, no, then I think it's pretty safe to say maybe you're not so pro-life. I don't know, call me crazy. It's especially hypocritical from people, I don't know, for example, someone who claims to be pro-life, but may have been running for office and who may have been outed as paying for abortions in the past. I don't know why I mentioned that, just randomly came to my head. For a long time, we've lived in a world where people refuse to accept objective, verifiable truths. Now it seems like not only are they not accepting objective truths, that we seem to be living in a society where even the concept of truth isn't a thing anymore, where everything is just an opinion and everyone's opinion is equally valid, even though they expect us to live by what their opinion says. It doesn't quite make sense. But this is the way it seems to be going. There seems to be no emphasis anymore on truth. They seem to place, even though they say that it's all opinion, they seem to have a notion that their God decides what is real and what isn't. They like to twist and try to soften things, as was mentioned before, with everything from the Native American genocide to slavery to even Vietnam. Everything has to be twisted in order to represent Americans and Christians especially in the best light possible. Everything has to be revised and turned into just the absolute nicest thing possible, because they can never accept that they've ever done anything wrong. And it's not a blame game. Listen, things have happened. We're all human. We've all done things we regret, but I don't think we can move forward by whitewashing history and pretending that, especially that Christianity has never done anything wrong. But this is the movement we're going with, rewriting textbooks and such. It seems to be where we're going. Yes, it's very hard at times to admit what's going on. We don't want to throw up our hands and just say, let's make believe whatever is going on. I get the impulse they have to want to believe, to want to pretend to believe. The world that they pretend is real. It's nice, it's cute. Like, everything is Mayberry, everything is wholesome and fun and nice, but it's just not that way. Sometimes bad things happen, sometimes bad people happen, but we can't just throw up our hands and pretend. And as secular people, we shouldn't be willing to allow them to sort of paint this world with a veneer of just Disney wholesomeness. Like, there are rough edges that we have to live with, and that's perfectly fine. I think we should be pushing for humanist values and truth over fairy tales. We need to take a very hard stance on the fact that there is truth, and sometimes it's difficult to determine what is or what isn't true. But it's absolutely vital that we can't go along with them when they try to make everything relativistic and everything is just an opinion and no, we're just here. I think the main point I'm just trying to get to is that we just can't accept that they're pretending that everything is fine. Sometimes when I say things like this, a lot of humanists, a lot of my humanist friends, my atheist friends will say something like, well, they're religious, they're not bad people, they're just not as smart as you. And I see this as sort of a congratulatory thought process, because what they're essentially saying is, well, you know, you have the right answer and I agree with you. So if you're smart, then I must be smart too. I don't think wanting a child to have health care or wanting a woman to be able to control her body takes intelligence. It really, really doesn't. I remember, I didn't plan to say this, but I remember when I was still living, it was before we moved to Queens. I was about 8 years old. And I remember talking to my brother, who must have been about 10 at the time, and I heard the term universal health care. I was like, what is that? Like, what that? Because I didn't know. My mother worked for the city. We had great health care. So what is that? And I asked my brother. He was like, oh, yeah, it's a system. You know, they have it in, like, Europe where, you know, everybody just gets health care. And I thought, that makes sense. Like, everybody needs health care. Everybody gets health care. It just makes sense. So to me, to say to me that somehow it's an intelligence thing, it's really very much not an intelligence issue. It's just simply a matter of compassion. Because believe me, I was not a very super intelligent 8-year-old. I would argue that I'm about to be 38. I'm not a super intelligent 38-year-old, but I am reasonably compassionate, and I do believe that we need to push for these principles. So, some people say it's a bit mean to confront religious people and say, hey, listen, you know, I don't believe you. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Your actions conflict with your words. But I feel like as humanists, it's our job to push for the truth. I believe that the truth is inherently humanistic. I believe that it is true that people of color are equal and deserve equal treatment. I believe that it is true that women are equal and deserve equal rights, especially over the control of their own bodies. I believe that it is true that LGBT people are equal and they shouldn't have to justify their existence to anyone, ever. I also, I think we can't give even an inch to this thought process that everything is relative and truth doesn't really exist. I think we've seen, especially with the previous, I don't know how political I can get, with the previous situation in the past few years of alternative facts, and I think we've seen where that is gone. It boils down to, what do you care about? The truth is difficult. Lots of things. There's cancer. There's war. There are lots of things, but I think the biggest thing is that as humanists, we need to push for a world where we acknowledge the truth and we push for it, and we don't give an inch. We do not allow religious people to pretend otherwise, because they clear, and again, some religious people believe it, sure, I will grant that, but it's hard to ignore the hypocrisy. It's very difficult for me to look at someone who says no health care for dying children, but yes to war, who says no infrastructure, but yes to programs for abstinence only. It just doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand where we're going with that. But yeah, so essentially that's the focus of what I'm trying to say today. In Black Non-Believers, we like to say that instead of accepting dogma, we determine truth and morality through reason and evidence. We need to focus on that. What is it that Aaron Ra always says? That the truth is what the facts are. I think we need to focus on that and make sure that that's the main message that we go forward, because we can't cure cancer. We can't fix the environment if we're pretending that things are better than they are. And I would just like to remind everybody that we have to live in a world which is shaped by reason and evidence, and not allow people to play make-believe. We need to question, think, and vote, as it says. Thank you very much. Once again, I'd like to remind everyone that you can donate and support Black Nonbelievers at blacknonbelievers.org. It's our website. You can check that out. You can also check me out on YouTube. Getting better at it. So yeah, check me out on YouTube. It's Black Nonbelievers YouTube channel. Thank you. Yeah, definitely.
What's that?
Definitely.
All right. Would you like to, does anyone have any questions for Kevon? None. All right. I want to thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts. I know you were nervous. I think you did a great job. And I think they know you did a great job. And thank you so much. Kevon Cameron, keep it going. Whoa. Kevon, go nowhere. Kevon, I'm still getting it wrong? Even after I checked. All right, so it's Kevon Cameron. I got it, shut up. What's the question, sir?
My question is, how did you come to being a non-believer? Being black and being from the South, I find that question, and the answer to that question intriguing.
First, I would like to say, don't beat yourself up. Literally everyone gets it wrong all the time, so it's fine. Thank you. How did I come to it? Religion never made sense to me. When I was younger, my parents sent me and my brother to church on Sundays while my father worked and my mother stayed home. And then when we moved from Brooklyn to Queens when I was about 10, we didn't go to church at all. But then when my mother hit about 50 years old, she decided to become more religious, and we all started going to church, except my father. He mostly worked on Sundays, but he came sometimes. And it just didn't, there was never a point where it was, yeah, this makes sense, you know? The stories, again, the stories that I'm not great at like math, even though I work in accounting. I'm not great at sports, even though I'm 6'2". But I do see contradictions a lot. I do see things, inconsistencies, and two of the stories that just bothered me so much was the Noah's Ark story, and of course the Genesis story. They just bothered me greatly, and it just never made sense to me. And after a while, I think if YouTube had existed when I was like 5, I would have said atheist by then. But you know, this was the 90s. So it took me until about 14, 15, but there was never a point where religion made sense to me.
I'm going to take you further into that question. Okay. I'm going to dig a little deeper on your behalf on that question. What kind of pushback did you experience from family? I presume you lived in an African American community. It must have been really hard for you to make that switch and to deal with communicating what had happened to you, how you were thinking. Did you have pushback? Can you tell us a little about that?
Yeah, definitely. My family is, I was born in Jamaica originally, came here when I was about 4 years old, and it was difficult to deal with my family at first. Now we don't really have contact, unfortunately. It's just too much, but it was just difficult because, as I said, my mother, the older she became, the more into religion it was. When we were young, it was yeah, sure, we're religious, yada yada yada. But the older, it was church all the time. It's prayer meetings at home. I don't know if you're familiar with prayer meetings, but it's very annoying when people come to your house and pray for several hours, very loudly. And it was religion on the radio all the time. It was God this and God that. And it was just difficult. It was always difficult to talk to my parents because they were an older generation. They were born in the 40s in Jamaica, which is, I just checked the other day. Hello? I broke it.
I think it's coming out.
Yeah, so they were born in a different time in the 40s in Jamaica, and I said, I just checked the other day, Jamaica, I think, has the 4th highest murder rate per capita in the world. So they were born in a different place. I was born in Jamaica, but I was raised in New York in the 90s and early 2000s. So there was always a disconnect. But with religion, it was even harder, and to this day, we don't really speak at all. So, yeah.
My mother was born in 1947, and she was a really lazy religious person for a long time. And as she got older, she got more religious, as yours did. But my mom actually watched me going public as an atheist, an outspoken, an ardent atheist. And she knew I was going to be going to hell. She was pretty sure her daughter was going to hell. I won't explain why, but there's signs there as well, despite that she believes in God. And my mom went and spoke with the pastors that she knew, the preachers that she knew, the believers that she knew, and she asked them, how is heaven a place that I'm going to be happy when I know for a fact my son will be going to hell? There is no argument about, no possibility that he won't go to hell. And she asked these spiritual leaders to explain how heaven could be heaven when her son and probably her daughter is burning in an eternal lake of fire. And she got different answers from different people, but they did generally kind of boil down to generally the same thing. They were packaged slightly differently, but generally what the answer to this quandary was that God wipes away all tears, all pain, and makes everything right. And that's when my mom was reminded of the scriptures that talked about a man who lost his entire family and his servants, I believe that's slaves nowadays, and his cattle and all of his animals, everything was taken away from, by God, was taken away from him. And it was all made okay because God gave him new ones. So my mom was to believe that she would go to heaven. I would be toiling in hell, probably doing the stuff I do here, frankly, and she would be happy because according to one scripture, God would just go, here's some new ones. Here's a different son. You can have them. That's when my mom became an atheist. My mom became an atheist through that process. Today she says, I blame you. And I say, I credit you. Because she's the one that made that trip. Mandisa, if that's how you say it. Let's get the microphone on.
Okay, it's on now. Thank you, Kevon, for a wonderful talk.
Thank you, Mandisa.
And I would like for everyone to give a round of applause. Thank you. Could you please tell the audience why it is important for the secular community to help uplift the voices and the work of people of color, and how can they do it more sufficiently?
I think it's extremely important because we, as Black people, are stereotyped very often, and unfortunately not so incorrectly stereotyped as being super religious. We are a very religious community, but obviously not all of us. It's very important to point out that we're not a monolith and that there are voices of dissent within the community, and that I hope and I believe that community is growing of non-believers within people of color. How you can support us, again, by donating to Black Non-Believers. You can start your own organizations or encourage people you know who are people of color to start their own organizations. There's a lot of room in this area for people of color. Our voices need to be amplified, and we need to make it known that we are not all religious people. We're not all, just voting Democrat. Well, I'm not going to get political, but we're not all voting a specific way on one group of issues, and then turning our back on the same community when we go to church on Sunday, because we don't all go to church on Sunday, because I'm not in church right now. But yeah, support any Black person you know doing this work, definitely. Once again, I would like to thank you all. I really appreciate being here. Thank you for listening to me nervously ramble. Thank you.
Devon right there! Kevon Cameron! Oh, that was fantastic. All right. Let's see. Bear with me. I want to catch up to where we are. Follow us on YouTube. Okay, first of all, no, we said earlier, I want to say it again. Lots of today's speakers are on YouTube, so be sure to subscribe and follow us on YouTube as well. We've got the last 5 or 6 years of Freethought Day ready to watch there. I also want to let you know, this is the last time we'll be talking about this, but very simple. We have some meals left from people who have them coming, so what we've decided to do is to let the last few meals that are remaining, I'm going to call your name out. If you hear your name, you have a meal over in the meal tent. It's Monty DeCoca, Christine Gomez, Aaron Keith, Nancy Gonzalez, Richard and Betsy Kerr, David Noel, Karen Orcutt, Marie Perez, Andy Swan, Stephanie Torres, and Russell Worrall. I'm sure I said all those names wrong, but those are people who have meals over there in the meal tent. Please go help yourself to your meal. You paid for it. Now, we're going to take a break here. Let's see. Yes. All right. By the way, if you haven't yet considered a donation to support this event, please consider a donation to support this event. Whether you're here in person, whether you are watching the live stream, my mother joined the live stream about an hour ago. Your contributions make today and future years possible. You can donate to our registration and sales canopy by the sidewalk or on our website at freethoughtday.org. We're going to give everyone a 10-minute break. We're going to grab a snack, check out the exhibitors, maybe make a donation if you can. When we return, we've got our community panel and 2 more awards to present, followed up by a group photo. Thank you, folks. That is Shelley Siegel, ladies and gentlemen, singing for us. She's charging, of course, nothing for us to use her amazing music for this event, so thank you, and support Shelley Siegel in every way you can. And I mean hit on her too, because she's up for that. I happen to know she's up for that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are ready to move on. Are you ready to move on? Then let's do that. Because right now, the president of California Freethought Day Planning Committee would like to introduce these state and national organizations that we all need to know about. Fellow freethinkers, let's welcome back David Diskin.
Thank you. Yes, to the person randomly whistling. So great to have all of these amazing organizations. I think, one of the things that our community has needed for the longest time are organizations, nonprofit ones, national, local, statewide, that can serve as a way for people to get together, not just for community and social stuff, but also to advocate, right? To provide support to one another, to spread the word, to proselytize, if I may say so. And so let's bring in some of the organizations that are doing an amazing job providing that service all throughout the country. And the first I'd like to introduce, I'm just going to go alphabetical through these organizations. So now they're thinking, okay, wait a minute, S, I'm going to be down towards the end of the list. But starting us off as American Atheists, let's bring Jessica up to tell you about American Atheists.
What's the last thing you just said? Say it again.
I had this joke in my head about duct tape, and I just lost it. Jessica, everyone.
Hello, my name is Jessica Kemper-Lytle, and I am the State Director for American Atheists for Northern California. We envision a world in which public policy is made using the best evidence we have rather than religious dogma. And where religious beliefs are no longer seen as an excuse for bigotry or cause to receive special treatment from the government. We fight for religious equality for all Americans by providing what Thomas Jefferson called the wall of separation between church and state, created by the First Amendment.
All right, moving down the alphabetical list, sort of alphabetical, is the American Humanist Association. You're going to hear from her in just a little bit later today, but let's bring Nadya up here to tell you a little bit about what they've been working on.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Nadya Dutchin. I'm the Executive Director of the American Humanist Association. We are headquartered in Washington, D.C., and we're an organization of more than 37,000 members and 240 chapters across the country. Currently, the American Humanist Association is working on diversifying our movement and our organization, which is desperately needed. We're working to... hello? It's your fault, Emery. So we're working...
from Americans United for the Separation of Church and State. Please welcome back Nancy.
I've been a trustee for AU for 9 years, and sometimes you have these tedious meetings where you wordsmith, but they end up on a beautiful little brochure like this, and I'm going to read them to you. Who we are. Americans United AU is the only organization dedicated solely to defending the separation of church and state. We are the shield protecting the foundational American principle of freedom of religion, including the right to believe or not to believe for all. And I'll just read again that First Amendment of the Bill of Rights. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. AU.org.
That sounded familiar. All right, next up is from the Black Nonbelievers. Let's welcome Mandisa.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, David, for that introduction. I am Mandisa Thomas, and I am the founder and president of Black Nonbelievers, which is headquartered in the Atlanta, Georgia area. Our mission is to provide secular fellowship for Blacks and allies who are living free of religion and who might be otherwise be shunned by their family members and friends and colleagues. And instead of accepting dogma, we determine truth and morality through reason and evidence. We encourage open identification with the Black non-religious demographic. We encourage pride in those non-religious identities, and we encourage Black secular Americans in the fight for racial justice. And if you like the shirt that I'm wearing today, you can purchase them at the registration area for California Freethought Day. And if there was any doubt that you could support our organization, please stop by our table over there. Please stop by our booth. And I am happy and I'm very proud to let you know that California Freethought Day is a co-sponsor of the Women of Color Beyond Belief Conference that just took place last weekend. And you are welcome to do so because this is a conference that amplifies the voices of women of color, which is important. Please support our very foundational work that we do. We have challenges in our communities that we are up against, but we have not been afraid to do so. So please do stop by our table. Please do stop by the registration desk. Visit our website at Black Nonbelievers and follow us everywhere on social media. Thank you.
And a proud sponsor we are. Next up, let's welcome from Camp Quest, Nick Gray.
Good afternoon, everyone. As David said, Nick Gray from Camp Quest West, which is one of over a dozen Camp Quest locations spread around the country. Camp Quest West has 2 locations within California. Our NorCal facility and camp is run up near Nevada City, Grass Valley area. Malakoff Diggins State Park, somewhere if that makes any sense to you. And then our SoCal facility, our SoCal camp is run in the mountains, Wrightwood, California, above Victorville. What Camp Quest is broadly, and Camp Quest West specifically, is secular summer camp. It's your classic sleepaway, 1-week summer camp that many have had those experiences, probably in a religious institution. And so Camp Quest is an opportunity to do all those kinds of things, archery and campfires and sleep in a sleeping bag in a cabin and out under the stars and play games and do all those kinds of things, but in a secular atmosphere. And we learn things like humanist and ethics principles. We learn Socrates, the Socratic method, and so on. So that's Camp Quest West. We're right there, right behind the main seating there. Come see us.
All right. Fun Friends and Freethought Camp Quest. Next up is I just want to mention the Center for Inquiry, who's not here today, but please definitely check out their information on our website, their logo, their link to the website, all of that. They do some amazing work as well, including, I just saw, they are bringing, I believe it's to the Supreme Court, if not a state court, challenging homeopathy, the sale of homeopathic method, all that kind of stuff. Finally, I know, it's like Australia's had it for like a decade. So let's hope that court case comes through. Next up, from the Freedom from Religion Foundation, let's welcome Aaron.
Just stand on my tiptoes.
Well, I'm Erin Lewis. I'm from the Greater Sacramento area Freedom from Religion Foundation chapter. And what we stand for is the separation of church and state. You can come to us with any type of church and state violations that you see, and we are very quick to act on them. Come by our booth. We are celebrating our 10-year anniversary of being a chapter out here, and we have this wonderful list of our accomplishments, things that we've done and stood for. You can come and become a member of our chapter. If you're already a member, it doesn't cost anything extra, and you can stay apprised of our local actions, and every once in a while we have an event and some meetups, and it's been a really awesome experience being part of this particular chapter. I became involved because of a church and state issue with my school, and they couldn't have been more responsive and are extremely important with everything we have going on right now. So come by and check us out. We have tons of literature and things to hand out.
Next up is an organization I mentioned a little bit earlier, and I want to bring on Paula from the League of Women Voters. And if you haven't yet registered to vote, I don't know what you're waiting for. Hopefully not too much longer, because we need that vote. Their table is right over there. Paula.
Thank you, David. The League of Women Voters is 103 years old because we were born out of the suffragist movement, which gave women the right to vote. But we are an organization of citizens, so women and men. And here in Sacramento, we have a wonderful league doing a lot of good work. The League of Women Voters does two things. We educate voters with an education arm, and we also advocate for our positions. We do not support or oppose candidates or political parties, but we are very much a political organization in that we do take positions on all those ballot measures that you see, well, not all of them, but we take positions on things we've done serious study on. If you live here in Sacramento, we've taken positions on two very important ballot measures that will be on your local ballot. So I wanted to give you two websites. For those of you who are in California and would like nonpartisan voter information, the pros and cons of all the ballot measures, propositions, go to votersedge.org. And if you're local here in Sacramento, check out all of our recommendations for the ballot at lwvsacramento.org. Thank you.
All right, next up is one of our most newest sponsors. I'd like to welcome Alex to the stage, who's going to talk to you about an incredible website, naturalworldview.org.
Hi, I'm Alex von Ullman. I'm a co-founder, along with Paul Story, of naturalview.org. One of my favorite speakers is Neil deGrasse Tyson. He says one of the big challenges in life is knowing enough to think you're right, but not enough to know you're wrong. And so we are a resource for people that are deconstructing their faith, going in and looking at it. I was indoctrinated in a Christian household, and I can tell you going and transitioning from that to a natural worldview was painful, because there's a very real phenomenon called cognitive dissonance. And if you don't believe me, just go to any fundamentalist and try to say your worldview. They will backlash very quickly. We're kind of like the apologetics for atheism. We're a tool that you can send your friends and family to when they bring up questions about faith. And we're curating some of the most brilliant and most vocal activists in the field. We put them all in one area. It's a resource you can go to, all in one place, and we're building new content, and we're supporting those activists as well. So thank you.
And again, that was naturalview.org. All right, next up is Candelaria from Planned Parenthood, an organization that has a table right over there. And while she's walking up, they have an important campaign happening this weekend. She's taking her time out of her other job to come here and talk to you about that other job. An organization that is certainly dear to my heart. Please listen very carefully, and as soon as you're done today, however late you're staying, you're going to help her out. She'll tell you how.
Thanks, David. Hello, Candelaria Vargas with Planned Parenthood Advocates Marmonte. We're the C4 advocacy arm of our local affiliate here, which encompasses the greater Sacramento area. And I was just hearing what our representative from the League of Women Voters was saying, that they don't endorse candidates. We do! So if you are curious about whether or not abortion access and comprehensive reproductive healthcare access is on the ballot, it is. Not just with Proposition 1, which David was talking about, which I encourage, please, everyone to vote yes on Prop 1 this November. Actually, ballots are getting dropped this weekend, y'all. So your ballot is going to be in the mail on its way to you this week. So please keep an eye on it. Don't sit on it. Go to Planned Parenthood Advocates marmonte.org and look up our candidate guide and also our voter guide that talks about all of our propositions, measures, and candidates we've endorsed when it comes to reproductive healthcare access and abortion access. And we've done a lot of work. I say that because I'm one of the folks who did all that work in interviewing and reviewing questionnaires. Please look to our voter guide to use it to vote. Vote early, please, because that way we don't have to chase you down when on GOTV weekend to say, hey, did you turn in your ballot? So if you don't want a call or a text message or something else from us, please turn in that ballot early. And also, our affiliate stretches out into northern Nevada. So this action where we'll be canvassing in Reno as well. So if you're interested in any of these items and taking action, I have a big, strong feeling that you're all registered to vote already. So I'm going to go ahead and make that leap and push you into advocacy mode, not just vote mode, and encourage others to vote as well and to get informed. Thank you so much for allowing us to be here today. We really appreciate the support. Abortion access is on the ballot this year, you all. Please. And every year, every election. Every election is important. So please vote and get folks out to vote. Have a good day.
And it looks like she's got like some signs, some yard signs or something like that at your table, so come by and grab those. All right, got a couple left. I'd like to introduce to you Noelle from the Reason Center. And for those of you who are local, you know that the Reason Center after COVID kind of took a little bit of a hiatus, went online for a little bit. Here to give us a little bit of information about the Reason Center, maybe an update, is Noelle.
Hey everybody, for anybody who doesn't know, the Reason Center is kind of the point of gathering for a lot of the groups. We're the physical location. And like you just heard, COVID shut us down. So we have been shut down for a couple of years. However, now with everything opening up, we're now in a place where we are trying to open up. We're looking at locations. We are actively looking at places regularly, hoping to have something open up soon. I don't want to say too much and all of a sudden, oh, that didn't work out because we've had some heartbreaks. But nonetheless, we're a place for communities to come gather. Again, this is promoting civic engagement, separation of church and state, education, and through a secular lens. We are still taking donations. We're still working in the community to try to get as much as we can going. We're still holding Zoom, right? Everything had a pivot. So we are on Zoom. A lot of our community is meeting on Zoom. If you'd like to meet us there, we still have coffee in the mornings on Sundays. I'm not totally sure if Sunday Assembly is still meeting up via Zoom. And then we also have other things like Tell Your Story. So we still have things going on. You can still look us up. We're still active online. And hopefully we'll be bringing a physical place back to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, next up from the Satanic Temple. You're going to hear from her a little bit later today, but here to talk to you about her organization. Please welcome Chalice.
Hi, hello.
My name is Minister Chalice of Blythe. I am from the Satanic Temple. Probably not something you all expected to hear, so I'm excited to talk to you all about why we're here. The Satanic Temple is a non-theistic religious organization based out of Salem, Massachusetts. And we are an organization of Satanists, non-theistic Satanists, who through their beliefs of reason, empathy, compassion, justice, and bodily autonomy. You probably hear a lot about how we advocate for our religious rights or the separation of church and state. Perhaps maybe some of you have heard of our Baphomet statue that we offer to complement and contrast Ten Commandment statues on government property, which is currently maybe going to be in Arkansas. We'll see. But you might also hear about our after-school Satan clubs, which we have established for schools that have invited or they have been forced to host good news clubs, which are evangelical clubs that indoctrinate young children. So we have decided to offer a non-religious complement and contrast to that, the after-school Satan clubs, so that kids have the ability to go to an after-school activity without being indoctrinated into evangelicalism. We also are staunch advocates for reproductive rights. Our religious reproductive rights is focused on our our tenets of bodily autonomy and our tenets of seeking justice in the face of unjust laws and institutions. So we advocate for our ability to have access to abortion because, via refro rights, we the state and the government owe us no interference. So you see a lot of that. We are currently in the process of suing a couple of these states that have restricted abortion access, which I'll talk to you all a little bit later about. And we've been invited here to talk about that, and hopefully I'll see y'all around a little bit later and talk. Sorry.
Thank you. And props to your patience, Kevin, for waiting out. Just like your name is like at the end of the list, just alphabetically from the Secular Student Alliance, the very patient Kevin.
Thank you very much, and glad to be here. My name is Kevin. I'm with the Secular Student Alliance. So we're the only national organization that's specifically dedicated to working with college students, high school students, and more increasingly middle school students. And this is really for, if you're used to having your local chapter in your community, this is what we do on campuses and schools across the country. So the students run their own organizations, they do their own programming. It's really a way for them to build community, to be like people who are like themselves, and to live out their humanistic and secular values in their own communities and make them better places as they continue on in their educational process. So we provide lots of free resources to them. Interesting thing that this generation, and we know that the United States is increasingly more and more non-religious, but this generation could be the first ones to be majority non-religious. So we're almost at 50% of young people in college or less are non-religious. So even with that, we know that over 80% of the students who are members of ours come from religious families and religious communities. So having that place where there are people like themselves and they can form those communities is super, super important. So if you are a student or know of young people who would be interested, please send them to our website. We have free memberships, we have tons of free services and supplies that we give to students and grants so they can do programs on campus, and a summer conference, and we just announced our scholarship program that we actually sponsor with lots of local groups across the country. So lots of free stuff from them. And if you're not a student or a young person, and we've heard many people come up today and go, oh my gosh, I wished I had this when I was in school. Well, you can help. Because you can help provide this by making a donation so that we can continue to provide free services and free memberships and free resources for students. So please, you can go to our website as well, secularstudents.org, get a free membership for students, get lots of resources for students, and if you're not, it's a great place to make a donation. So thank you very much.
Again, I'll remind you that all of these nonprofits are among the tables here today, and I encourage you at some point during my next break maybe to go check them out if you haven't already. And as Kevin said, please be generous and support what they do. They're on the same mission that we are, and they definitely need our help to do that. All right. Now, I want to go back in time a little bit. The last couple of years, of course, we weren't able to have an event in person, but we did still continue to give awards. And so some of these people are among the volunteers that are here today and around. If they happen to be here, come on up. I don't have their real award with them. But I do have a sample award. It literally says sample person. So our photographer, you can zoom in on that and let people in on the secret. Because their awards were mailed to them years ago. But because of the pandemic, they never got a chance to get their award like in person. So we're just going to kind of honor that a little bit so that we're not doing it over Zoom. So a couple years ago, we awarded one to Arlene Rios. And I know Arlene has been working tirelessly over there, working on the sound. Yeah, come on up. And this is in recognition of Arlene's work founding the Fresno Latino Atheists, normalizing non-religion in the Mexican and Latinx community, and for her service in the U.S. Navy. Thank you. I'd also like to thank Evan Clark, who's been running around like a photographer over there, or a backup to our backup photographer. And Evan is with Atheists United. His table is over there. And, yeah, come on. What are you waiting for? Evan was awarded this award for promoting inclusion and intersectionality within the atheist community and selflessly leading the Secular Student Alliance while inspiring the next generation of humanists. Evan Clark. Thank you. Last year we awarded Representative Zoe Lofgren, who's been in the news lately. If you've heard anything about the attack on the Capitol a couple years ago. Remember that, right? So she's one of the representatives who's actually working on that hearing. And we recognized her for champion immigration reform, digital rights, affordable internet access, and the rights of the LGBT+, while representing secular values and representing science-based legislation. So please join me in thanking Zoe Lofgren. Then last year we recognized first Minga Frutrell. Minga, come on up. And we recognized her for decades of commitment here in Sacramento and nationwide to science, free thought, and civil rights through tireless leadership and exemplary vision, and for co-founding what was then Freethought Day 21 years ago. Thank you.
Written over 2,000 pages on Wikipedia. 45% are done in languages outside of English. And we have over 120 million views of those 2,000 pages. So we are active. And if you want to join us and learn to become an amazing Wikipedia editor, I will train you. So thank you so much.
This is for you. There's like a case over there for it, so it doesn't get hurt. All right. We think of everything here. So our final awardee of the year is to a good friend and someone who I greatly admire because she has just dedicated, it seems like, her life to this. We are recognizing Eugenie Scott for serving the National Center for Science Education, NCSE, for defending an organization that defends the teaching of evolution and climate change in public schools. And she's been doing that with them until she recently retired for nearly 30 years. And for being a fierce critic of creationism, including in our courtroom. So please welcome and join me in recognizing Eugenie Scott.
I probably don't need to say thank you very much. I am obviously very appreciative of this award. It's extremely kind of you. And I had not realized that Freethought Day has gone on for 21 years. Go, Minya. I mean, that's within living memory of many of us, of course. They give me 4 minutes, which is lucky for you, because I have a tendency to go on. So let me seize the heartfelt thanks, which I hope you all appreciate that I do feel. Because as a humanist, I do want to talk to you about something that is very, very important, and that is the separation of government and religion. Nancy, Brink, and I both have served on the board of directors of Americans United for Separation of Church and State, and I was delighted to see her here. And because of this relationship with AU for actually decades, I have become very concerned with Supreme Court decisions of this last term and ones that are ahead. The Americans United case, Kennedy versus Bremerton, which Nancy mentioned, is extremely worrisome for all of us concerned about religion and government separation. What Kennedy did was essentially strike down the legal foundation for almost every church and state separation case of the last, well, since 1971. Okay, that's when Lemon versus Kurtzman was decided. What Lemon did was say, if something's going to violate the Establishment Clause, it does so if it can't pass one of 3 tests. If there's a religious purpose for the behavior or law, if there's an effect of promoting religion, or if there's an entanglement of government and religion as a result of this practice. And as David said, my particular interest in this is the creationism and evolution controversy. And every single creationism and evolution case since 1970s has been decided on Lemon. Because Lemon is absolutely perfect for these cases. In every case, they have the purpose of advancing a religion. In every case, the policy, school board policy or whatever, has the effect of advancing religion. And in most all the cases, there's an entanglement of church and state as well. What Justice Gorsuch did in Kennedy versus Bremerton is basically throw Lemon into the dustbin. This is extremely serious because not just for creationism and evolution issues, but also for prayer and any number of other issues in which we as humanists are very concerned about the neutrality of the government. In these cases, the free exercise clause has been given precedence over the Establishment Clause. And there's this new phrase that's kind of worked its way into First Amendment jurisprudence They're referring to history and tradition as the grounds on which we're supposed to decide these cases. You know what the translation of that is? Cherry picking. It means that if I want to have my kids learn creationism in school, I'll cherry pick through history to find the cases where, you know, years ago in the late 1800s and the early 20th centuries, why religion was taught and creationism was taught in school. Why don't we follow history and tradition? If I want to have prayer in school, I'll just merely pick out those, I will cherry pick those issues of prayer where it was considered a normal part of American history, and voila, here we go. So we are currently at a very worrisome stage of religion and government. And I think we are, with this particular Supreme Court, I think we're in for some very serious issues in the next 10, 15, maybe even more years. So keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes open locally in your school board and also your state legislatures, your state boards of education, also your local city councils. There are many ways in which these issues can be manifested in our public life. And I thank you again for this lovely honor, and I am delighted to be with you today. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's not entirely a coincidence. I think, well, sort of is. NCSC, the organization for which Eugenie was with for 30 years, just celebrated their 40th anniversary just a few months ago. So how about a round of applause for NCSC and all the work they do? All right, cool. So as you can see, a lot of great people, a lot of great organizations, some awards to give out. What we're going to do now is fast forward a little bit. We were going to do a little photo opportunity. I think we're going to skip the group photo and move right on to our break. Is that what's coming up? All right. So one more time, a round of applause. I'll take this for all of our great work, all the great work and nonprofit organizations that you just heard from. Back to our MC.
I wanted to jump in. I'll let you wrap this up like you were about to. But before we do that, because of what we just heard from Ms. Eugenie Scott, I wanted to share with everybody the GOP's the new amendment, Amendment 28, that they're proposing to amend the Constitution. It reads, a well-regulated uterus being necessary to the security of a free state of oppression, the right of women to keep and bear children shall be compulsory. We need to fight this. I made it up, but yeah, it's funny though.
That's the thing, is like, that could be real.
No, that's exactly right.
If you weren't a comedian, that would have been, like, you could have said that with a straight face.
That's
no one
exactly
would have known.
right.
Right.
That's it.
No.
That's the problem today.
That's exactly it.
So let's go to
another round of applause for our awardees, Jeannie and Susan. Wonderful. All right, we're going to take a break. So again, just want to remind everybody, I want to thank, first of all, our photographers. Their photos will be up online soonish. But if you're taking photos today, please make sure that you tag them, hashtag Freethought Day, so we can see them and enjoy them. And on top of that, I just want to remind everybody that you've got the registration table over there. If you haven't checked in yet, we'd love to know that you're officially here. We can check you off the list. If you ordered a bag or a button or a shirt or anything like that, it's back there waiting for you, especially if you were at the reception last night. And what else? Yeah, so how about this? How about we take a break? We'll come back here in just a little bit. And what do we have? Our final 10-minute break. Oh, and the door prize, you guys. If you've been looking through that program, inside the program, there's a spot for you to put stickers, right? You can go to all the different tables, put your stickers on. There's 3 amazing door prizes back there. You can put your completed survey in there and pick which door prize you'd like to win, which we're going to award in about an hour. One more time, thanks to American Atheists, Black Nonbelievers, Atheists United, American Humanist Association, Military Association of Atheists and Freethinkers, who isn't here today, Atheists and Other Freethinkers, the Reason Center, Black Humanist Nonbelievers of Sacramento, TakeTheRedPill.com, the Atheist Community of San Jose, the Freedom from Religion Foundation Sacramento Chapter, Sunday Assembly Sacramento, Hispanic American Freethinkers, the Secular Student Alliance, and the Center for Inquiry. And remember, you can, those of you, I'm looking right at the camera, those of you who are watching the live stream, remember you can visit freethoughtday.org and make a donation via PayPal or using your credit card there. And for everyone that's here in person, you can do that back at that table. All right, we're going to come back. We're going to bring Voices of Reason back on in just a little bit. Enjoy your break.
All right, folks. Are we ready for some more a cappella music? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back to the stage Voices of Reason. Do-do-do.
Hello again, everybody. There's a lot going on today.
Is this my
Quite frankly, I'm a little tired.
Warm
A
up.
lot of issues, a lot of things to think about. But we've got selections from Monty Python and Steve Martin in our next set, so we're hoping to get into entertaining the troops mode. In this second set, to start out our second set here in front of the state capitol, we'd like to share an observation about the evangelical right's stance on reproduction. They never seem to take into account the man's part of the process. If they did, this is what it might sound like.
Everyone hum your note and make sure you can hear yourself. That is the wrong one.
Yay!
Wrong song. Oh well.
That's right, our first number called False Start.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are Jews in the world, there are Buddhists, there are Hindus and Mormons, and then there are those who follow Muhammad, but I've never been one of them. I'm a Roman Catholic and have been since before I was born. And the one thing they say about Catholics is they'll take you as soon as you're warm. You don't have to be a 6-footer. You don't have to have a great brain. You don't have to have any clothes on. You're a Catholic the moment Dad came. Because every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If a sperm is wasted, God gets quite irate.
Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If a sperm is wasted, God gets quite irate. Let the heathen spill theirs on the dusty ground. God shall make them pay for each sperm that can't be found. Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If a sperm is wasted, God gets quite irate. Do tell with Mormons, there's just anywhere, but scholars who tread them, semen with great terror.
Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is great. If a sperm is wasted, God gets quite irate. Every sperm is sacred.
Every sperm is good. Every sperm is needed
In your neighborhood.
Every sperm is useful. Every sperm is fine.
God needs everybody's
And mine.
and
mind.
Let the heathen spill theirs on mountain, hill, and plain.
God shall strike them down for each sperm that's spilt in vain.
Every sperm is sacred, every sperm is good, every sperm is needed in your neighborhood. Every sperm is sacred, every sperm is great. If a sperm is wasted, God gets quite irate. Sperm.
So, good people, at the risk of sounding cynical, everyone is here to sell you something. And we too, I must confess, can be bought. We have a sponsor, and that sponsor has asked us to plug their product, so please bear with us as we do a little advertising.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a six-letter word that brings salvation.
Yes, salvation.
Yes, there's a six-letter word to bring you
Peace of mind.
So let the congregation lift their hearts in exultation. For now we see where once we all were blind. But letters bring hope to all mankind. Well, let me hear you say
C-C-O-O-S-T-C-O saves. Costco saves.
Costco saves.
Costco saves.
'Cause Jesus saves, but Costco saves you more.
Saves you more.
The special offer on corduroy, 'cause man can't live by bread alone. Even though we bake it all in store, you'll smell it as you glide in through the automatic doors.
Come on in, come on in. Why wait until you die and go to heaven knows when paradise awaits you in those well-stocked aisles. We don't sacrifice on quality, our lamb chops are on aisle 3.
The pharmacist will cure your STDs. They sell all of last year's clothing, price so low it's almost free.
But not quite free. Costco saves. Costco saves. Costco saves you more, saves you more.
The good Lord may deliver you, but Costco can't deliver you. Your card is the savior of your dreams.
All your dreams.
You'll truly know redemption when your coupons are redeemed.
Go down Moses. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Within these walls you'll find such revelations. You'll find that Costco wholesale is the holy grail. In the coming by a lifetime of website and guide. You'll marvel at the range of goods on sale.
So sinners come and join the pilgrims on the Costco trail.
Oh, Costco saves.
Costco saves. Costco saves.
'Cause
Costco saves you more, saves you more.
The massive orders of fancy custom DVDs to make you laugh and don't ignore our range of gourmet dishes.
You'll find them in the bakery between the loaves and fishes.
Brethren, let us embrace the Costco way of life. For weekends life with internet, gas, and legal advice. And I know you love cheeses and rice. So check out our 6-packs of crackers that taste as good as the body of Christ.
Glorious 6-packs. Costco saves.
Costco saves.
Costco saves. Costco saves. 'Cause Jesus saves, but Costco saves you more.
'Cause next month Costco opens up its flagship store on Mars.
Costco saves.
Beep.
Now this is our last song, and we hope we didn't offend everyone. Just some people. And we know this crowd is more Etsy than Walmart, and we know there's a fair share of Nazis in the crowd, specifically grammar Nazis. They're everywhere. Now, we know that lyrics are not always grammatically correct, and it's not easy having OCD. But don't worry, we're not here to stoke your anxiety. That's not our intensive purposes. Not literally or figuratively. We ain't gonna do that. And we get that double negative means twice as negative. Irregardless.
No! You love it.
This song, written by Steve Martin.
Christians have their hymns and pages. How about a gila for the Jews? Baptists have the Rock of Ages. Atheists, they sing the blues. Romantics play Claire de Lune. Born again, sing He is risen. But no one ever wrote a tune for godless existentialism. For atheists, they know the truth. They'll never sing a song of faith. In their song, they have a rule. The He is always lowercase. The He is always lowercase. Some folks sing a Bach cantata. Lutherans get Christmas trees. Atheist songs add up to nada. But they do get Sundays free. Pentecostals sing hallelujah, sing to heaven. Coptics have the Book of Scrolls. Numerologists can count to seven. Atheists have rock and roll. For atheists, they know the truth. They'll never sing a song of faith. In their songs, they have a rule. The He is always lowercase. The He is always lowercase. Atheists
don't have no songs.
Christians have their hymns and pages. How about a gila for the Jews? Baptists have the Rock of Ages. Atheists, they sing the blues. Catholics dress up for Mass and listen to Gregorian chants. Atheists just take a pass, watch football in their underpants. Watch football in their underpants. Atheists. We need more songs.
Thank you.
A big round of our director, KT Sharp. And Yari Schutzer, our assistant and sound man.
Yeah, it's a reason from Los Angeles, but we like to come sing for secular and humanist and meetings. So if anyone wants to get in touch with us, this is what we do. This is our MO. And follow us on Instagram, Facebook. I'm trying to be a good millennial and get everybody to follow us on social media. So please do it. Thank you so much, everybody, for this opportunity to sing for you. And thanks.
VoicesOfReason.net.
That was Voices of Reason, everyone. Keep it going for them. You can also follow them on YouTube. Voices of Reason. doing the music of the non-believer. I love them. They're fantastic. And I love that song by Steve Martin. Had anybody heard that Steve Martin song yet? It's a he's a genius, the man, a genius. Still knocking out genius work. All right. Can you believe we are nearly through the day? We have more left. Much more, in fact. Later this evening, we'll be giving away door prizes, revealing our newest inductees to the Freethinkers Gallery, and hearing from Chalice Blythe of the Satanic Temple. You heard her briefly earlier speaking. But now let me introduce American Humanists Association's newest executive director, having previously worked for Be the Match Registry and Power Shift Network. Nadya Dutchin, I believe is the right pronunciation here, has over a decade of experience of community engagement. She and the AHA are creating beautiful and safe communities for the next generation of humanists. Please welcome Nadya Dutchin.
Hi, everyone. Again, my name is Nadya Dutchin. I'm the newest, not new anymore, executive director of the American Humanist Association. I always struggle with how to start these things. I know that we have a theme, question, think, and vote. David was kind enough to say that I could choose something else, and I'm going to meander around here. But I want to talk a little bit about what is the political landscape a little bit in a nonpartisan way. In my many years of participating in elections, I think I registered to vote in 1991, so that should tell you how old I am, one, and two, who I probably voted for in college. But in my voting experience, we've had two elections where people who won the popular vote had their votes disenfranchise a ton of people by the Electoral College. So when we wonder why young people are not voting or why they're apathetic about voting, that's why. Because our system is broken. It does not mean that we should not go out and vote. It does not mean that we should not register people, particularly in marginalized communities. People who have difficulty getting an ID so that they can vote or registering to vote. We should be doing all of those things, but more importantly, we have to understand the apathy around voting with some of our young people. It is extremely important that we get them to come out and vote because we know we are going to be out there. We're going to go and cast our vote. We're going to early vote. My electronic ballot is sitting in my inbox as we speak from the state of Maryland. But it's really important to, again, to understand why folks are disillusioned with the political landscape. When we think about the countless tragedies that happen in America, and really uniquely here, in some ways, we have school shootings that don't necessarily happen in other places, to the tune of too many children being dead and too many instructors being killed. We have weird natural disasters, and we can see climate change. When I was driving here from San Jose, I was noticing that the hills were brown. That's not normal. They're supposed to be green. I think that's grass up there the last time I looked. But there's a drought, and we're seeing climate change affect everything around us. Migratory patterns for birds, and the pollination cycles are off. The rainy season is not the rainy season. The fires are intense, more intense. The tornadoes, the hurricanes, everything is shifting and changing. So our natural disasters are becoming more and more prevalent and more severe. Our crumbling infrastructure is absolutely no joke. I grew up in Minneapolis, and watching the I-35 bridge that my father crossed every day to go to work crumble into the Mississippi River, and I think 16 people died. We're seeing that happen all over. We saw it happen recently in Pittsburgh when President Biden was going to visit. I know people thought that that was a publicity stunt, but clearly it's not. Our infrastructure is horrifying. We don't have enough public transportation. We should have high-speed rail. There are umpteen thousand things that could be happening, but we need to address our infrastructure. These are issues that are somewhat not necessarily beyond our control, but nonetheless they're happening and we can't stop them. There are many man-made tragedies, like climate change, and don't let anyone tell you it's not. Behind the fossil fuel industry, the United States military is our largest polluter in the entire world. That's where the vast majority of our taxes go. So let's not talk about how voting is not important. It is. It's extremely important because our elected officials decide where budgets go, who gets budgeted for. We are seeing wholesale the erosion of our human and civil rights. And I say human first because civil rights are kind of a governmental thing, but we are entitled to autonomy, bodily autonomy. We're entitled to practice or not practice our spiritual values. We're entitled to so many things, and a lot of those, our innate rights are being encroached upon. The wall between church and state is going to, excuse the phrase, going to hell in a handbasket. It is. We heard someone mention the Bremerton case just now, and then the Maine school system, where they're taking tax dollars to fund parochial education. It's happening all over. We look at the lack of access to health care and quality education. Again, all of these things are things that we vote for. Our votes speak for us. They speak our values. So how do we address these things? How do we fix this problem? One, we must educate ourselves and others about the issues. And we don't need to be abashed about that. When we know something, share something. But most importantly, we need to allow ourselves to be educated by other people because we don't know it all as much as we're smart folks. Because we're humanists, because we're agnostics and atheists and other free thinkers, it doesn't make us that smart. Because when I joined this movement, I found out how insular it was. I come from a social activism background. I have organized young people. I come from a climate justice background. If I'm in social and activist spaces and I've never heard of the American Humanist Association, I've never heard of American Atheists, I've never heard of other people, we have an issue. We really, really need to pay attention, and we need to listen when other people are speaking to us here in this movement. So what else can we do besides listening and educating ourselves? Is we can help people from marginalized communities register to vote. There are plenty of organizations like Vote Riders. My predecessor, Roy Speckhart, does development for them. So we can be connected to organizations that help to bring people who struggle to register to vote and get out to vote, become voters, registered voters. What can we do? In addition to that, we can get our tails out there and we can go vote too. Again, vote early, don't vote often. but we don't do that. Voter fraud, I'm gonna say, side note, the voter fraud, most of the cases of voter fraud were not on the left. That's all I'm gonna say about that. But we can vote, so go and vote early and help people vote. If you have a car, if you have a bike with a buck seat on it, take someone to the polls. Take water for folks who are sitting online waiting to go vote. I know in some places like Georgia it's illegal to do that, but do it anyhow. Leave it out the night before if you can. One of the most important things that we can do while we're concentrating on voting and we're learning about the issues and the things that are going to affect us in our communities, and this is purely me, but this is the way that the AHA is going to begin to do our work. I believe in subversion. Let's subvert all of this. Our government is not doing what they need to be doing right now. Voting is something that's very important we can do to have our voices heard, but what we should be doing is serving people each and every single day. We don't need to wait for the politicians to do it because they will not and cannot save us. So don't think I'm cooing on the politicians, but they are not our saviors. We are of each other. So get out there and serve people who are in need of community, who are in need of love, who are in need of respect, food, drink, housing, education, mentorship, family, and most important, justice. We don't address justice enough in this world, and we talk a lot about diversity, equity, and inclusion, but nobody talks about justice. So let's talk about it. We have got to live our values and principles, and that's the one thing that we stand on as people who are non-believers, as people who are atheists, agnostics, free thinkers. non-theists, non-religious Americans, all of the things that you can call us. What we have are our values. As you know, if you've gone by the table, you've seen the lovely, pretty card that we have that talks about the 10 commitments. And those are the bedrock values that we have as non-theists. And I will read them to you. That's pretty short. But one is altruism. We do the right thing because it's the right thing to do, because we know there is no heavenly reward. We know that there is no punishment waiting on the other side. So we have to hold one another to that. Environmentalism, peace and social justice. And when you hear social justice, please don't do the thing that I've been hearing a lot of, oh, it's too woke. It's not too woke. It's human rights. Human rights is what we're talking about. Critical thinking, empathy, ethical development as a person. So keep learning. Let's be committed to being lifelong learners. Global awareness, because we are not on this rock by ourselves. Humility, responsibility, which really and truly is integrity. I've just had this conversation with my daughter, who's 8. And essentially, this is doing the right thing because it's the right thing to do, especially when no one is watching. And it's something that we all can remember when we're walking around in the world. And the last and the most important thing to me is service and participation. If we're here on this earth and we're not serving, what the hell are we doing? What are we doing? We're not doing the right things. We're not in the right place. Our movement has been stagnant and quiet for too long. There's been a lot of bloviating, pontificating, talking. We've been stuck in philosophical spaces. And it's not to say that we don't need to expand our thinking in the way that we think about humanism or any other ism. But we can't get stuck in that place. Our feet and our hands have to move. We have to serve people. There are many, many other people who share our values. There are religious minorities who share the same values that we do. There are people who are Christian who share the same values that we do. And we need to be partnering with them because we are all losing our rights wholesale. So be careful not to become dogmatic in who we are as people, as free-thinking people. Voting is really important, and it's going to codify and fund policies that can create thriving and safe communities that we all desperately deserve. And so we all have to vote. This is we're trying to reclaim hard-won battles, things that we thought were won. Roe came into effect the year that I was born. Yes, I recognize the irony of it. And having said that, I never thought I would see the day that it would be gone. But here we are again, and here we are with people who fought for it the first time, people who fought for civil rights the first time, and here we are with a Voting Rights Act that's not even on the books anymore. What were we fighting for in the 60s and 70s? The right thing, but it's been summarily snatched out from underneath our feet. The right to vote has been paid for with blood, sweat, and tears, war after war, and especially during the civil rights movement by Black and brown people. And it's the reason that my family could come here from the West Indies and have the life that we had. We can't let those sacrifices go unheeded. As our bills and our resolutions travel through our houses of our governing bodies, we as people have the ultimate power to speak up when we hear and see injustice happening. And I am asking and begging you, when you see bullshit happening, open your mouth and say something. Don't let it pass. It's a problem that we've had in this movement. We clutch our pearls and we say, oh my gosh, that's terrible. But what did you do? How did you leverage the privilege that you have as men, as white people, as affluent people, as people who are elite, people who are educated? That falls to me too. What did you do? What did you say? And if you said nothing, you can try harder the next time. Don't beat yourself up over it, but try again next time. But say something, do something. Don't let bullshit pass. And yes, I'm sorry, the ED curses, my bad. But it's infuriating to see people do this and not, we can't be humanists. We can't be principled people if we don't stand on them when it's most necessary. We have the ultimate power as people to take care of and love one another. What does love look like to you? What does it feel like to you? And what does it look like to other people? That is how we show up in this world. When you see Black and brown people stopped by the police, stop. Get your phone out, film it. Be allies, be friends, and you stand there and you wait until they get back in their cars and go, and they're safe. If you want to get more involved, find local, small nonprofits and volunteer your time, and goodness gracious, please give your money. Organizations that are led by Black and brown people, by queer folk, by disabled people, by women. We don't need your optics. We need you to cut the check and fund the work that we're doing. So reach deep, and I don't necessarily mean the AHA, although I'll take it. But for the most part, I'm talking about small grassroots organizations. Look around and see who's doing the work, who's mentoring the kids, who's cleaning up the neighborhoods, who's escorting people back and forth to abortion clinics. Give your money to those people. If you're not sure where to give, I'm going to list a couple of places that you should give to. Right now in Florida, they're trying to recover from Hurricane Ian. Orlando Oasis is struggling to find funds to house people, to feed people, to clothe people. Give them some money. There's a nonprofit in Las Vegas called Revolution Coalition. When this area was on fire a couple of years ago, these were high school students who made go bags, fire go bags, and sent them over here. High school students that found money and made bags so that people in this area could throw their things into the bag, and if things were on fire, you could get out of the house with a checklist and everything. Fund them. I encourage each and every one of you, and I'm going to take off my C3 hat for 2 seconds. I'm also the executive director of the Center for Freethought Equality, which is the C4 arm of the American Humanist Association. I encourage each and every one of you to join the CFE. It is free. It costs you absolutely nothing, but it will give you an opportunity to learn who our progressive candidates are, the people who are values aligned with us, so that you can understand where they are and what their platforms are and how we can support them better. We also have a political action committee called the Freethought Equality Fund, and you can give your money there. The more money we get there, the more that we can help our federal candidates on the federal level. And we also lobby as an organization. It's really important that we are engaged on those levels and we become members and we learn what's happening, because there are many things happening in our political landscape, and while we are a very educated crowd, most people are not, but educate yourself enough, again, so that you can go out and educate other people. I want to remind you that by 2050, this country is going to look totally different. It is going to be all shades of brown and black. Most things will be woman-led, femme-led, queer-led, Black, Indigenous, and brown folks-led. It will be a collaborative effort. We will be generative, we will be proactive, not reactive, and unfortunately our movement has been reactive for a very, very long time. We've been playing whack-a-mole. We're not doing this anymore. It's not effective. What we need now is community. We need each other. We need each other. Look around, we need each other. And the people who don't know who we are, they need us most. Most young folks, most Black and brown folks, most queer folks are disconnected from their family. They're disconnected from community. We need each other. I can speak to when I had a child and I had no community around me. I had little community. I can't say that. I did have a couple people who showed up, but we don't show up for each other like people used to back in the day. And I'm not hearkening to back in the day, because back in the day wasn't always good for everyone, but I'm saying, but I am saying that there was a time when there was community. And we've got to recreate that and create something even better, and something that is rooted in love, in respect, and dignity. We will be a justice-seeking movement. So I ask and implore each and every one of you to join the American Humanist Association, the Student Secular Alliance, American Atheists, Black Nonbelievers, all of the wonderful, Planned Parenthood, good gracious. Get out and support everyone, and please create community where you are. And it can start as small as a gardening club, something small. Feed someone, house them. If someone says that they're hungry, for Pete's sake, give them some food. It's not gonna kill you. I mean, one of the things we talked about, I was at Women of Color Beyond Belief last week. We have got to learn to be vulnerable and open ourselves up so that we can have genuine, real, authentic relationships with one another. COVID did not help that, because, I'm a pure Gen Xer. I was like, you want me to stay home and be safe? Cool, I'll do that. That's what we do as Gen Xers. I didn't need to be around. But we are disconnected from one another, and we have lost the intimacy of relationship. And Could be sexual, but I wasn't talking about that. But there's real intimacy that comes from being able to sit in community with someone. Make yourself vulnerable, open yourself up, be genuine and truthful about who you are. Don't mince words about your non-belief. But tell people who you are, but more importantly, show them who you are and create those genuine relationships. We need each other. People need us. Show up. Let's stop all the talking. Present company excluded, of course. But let's show up and get our hands and our feet moving, and let's serve. People should, when they think of who to go to when there's a problem, they should be thinking about the free-thinking community. They should say, oh, let me go to the humanist, let me go to the atheist. I need a thing, let's go there. They'll help. And while we've been doing that, we've been doing it, and we're such good people. We do it, and we do it so quietly. We go and do our good thing, and then we go home. We've got an optics issue, y'all. Talk about it. And I don't mean show people's face if you're handing out a plate of food. I don't mean that. But encourage people, and I would encourage you, particularly for folks who do not believe the way that we do, shame them because they have no shame. Shame them into not being more active. I'm okay with that. It's fine. We can be petty. In a good way, in a good and generative way, but let's be petty. Do a good thing and talk about it. Say it. We've done X, Y, and Z. What are you going to do? Charge people with doing more. You do more. In conclusion, I really think that we need to be really considerate of the way that we're building the future of this country. And the people, we have to think about who we're doing it for. I do everything for my child. I have an 8-year-old daughter. She's sweet and lovely, and I built my whole life for her after losing my firstborn. We have to be really, really thoughtful about what our children deserve, what we deserve, but what does the future look like and how do we build it for them? Be prepared to step aside. Leverage every bit of privilege that you have. Grab the mic and pass it. Write the check. Commandeer the spot and move. Help people get the visibility and the support that they need in this world. But more importantly, again, stay focused on who we're doing it for. I'm so pleased to see children here today. And I've been thrilled to see little ones running and screaming, and some young men sitting right here. It's been thrilling to see. We are building a future for many, many generations to come. And if we do this right, y'all, we can have a really beautiful free-thinking movement that grows and can self-grow for years and years to come. But until we get our stuff right, until we are prepared and willing and able to welcome people into our movement and they don't feel alienated, it's not enough to say we throw the doors open and everyone is welcome. Everyone doesn't feel welcomed. And how are we welcoming them? What kind of hospitality are we laying out for them? How are we cleaning our house? Are we cleaning up the way that we speak? Are we othering people and misgendering people when they've given us their pronouns? Those things are not difficult. Kindness is not hard. So let's be very, very thoughtful about the way that we're sitting in community with people so that we can be in right relationship with ourselves, one another, and the earth. I encourage each and every one of you to join the AHA, and for our education events, we'll be having political and popular education, talking about really interesting things. We'll be doing podcasting, we'll be on the social medias, doing the things. But more importantly, other than joining us where we are, to look around in your own community and see where you can be active. It is really, really important that while we are voting, and we're doing the thing, voting happens on one day. Do more. It's really loud. Socialism at work. Thank you, firefighters. Thank you, y'all. We appreciate you. But look around and see where you can be effective. Voting is one day. It's one day. We have to be willing to do more. So I know that it can be difficult, and I know it's scary. I know that we're still kind of in COVID times. But if you need to, wear a mask and go serve. Figure out what you can do and how you can be helpful. Don't let the opportunity pass you by to serve and to do something that can make you feel really, really good, but more importantly, that can help other people. And do it and make sure that you're not eroding the dignity of the people that you're serving. So be very mindful of that also. Again, get out and vote. Talk to people. Let's start to build community with one another. Let's sit in coalition with people who are different from us. Let's build those connections and those communities. We need each other, and I want to leave you with that. We need each other. This is not what's been happening in the world is not okay. We need each other, and we cannot undercut how important it is. We need human connection. We need connection with the earth. Some animals, not all of them are terribly safe like bears, but I think they're on your state crest here. But they're sweet and we should protect them anyway. But we need one another. So take care of yourselves, everybody. That's my charge to you today. Take care of yourselves and take care of each other. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That's Nadya right there. Thank you, Nadya. Sorry? Oh, did you want to do any questions?
Does anybody have any?
Does anyone have any questions for Nadya? All right. Applaud the Nadya. No, applaud the Dutchin on the left-hand side. Applaud the Dutchin on the left-hand side. All right. Be sure to stop by, as she mentioned, stop by the AHA table before you leave today. It's right over there, I believe, on the end. Is that your table there, Nadya? There you go. All righty, let's take a minute to recognize the people who made today happen. The California Freethought Day Planning Committee. Thank you. Let's hear it for them. Angela Garvey, Arlene Rios, Becky Mark, David Diskin, Kaylee Pontiff, Ken Nahigian. Close? Did I nail that one? Louis Campos, not Louis C., Louis Campos. You can clap for Louis Campos, not Louis C. Marie Bain. Mashariki Lawson. Boy, that one was going, and then it just became a Lawson. That was amazing. Nancy Sneed, Nick Gray, Tom Eichelman, and Victoria De La Torre. I believe I hit that one. Victoria could not be here today to appreciate my amazing enunciation of her name, but that was Victoria De La Torre. And one more time, David Diskin.
Thank you again, Emery. And the people behind me are the reason this event is a success. Without their help and planning and ideas, our scholarship program, all of the outreach that we've done to the organizations that are shown here today, all of the coordination that happened over the last year, this is because of them. And I know that I get some credit for making this happen, but these are the people who make me look good. Let's give them a round of applause. A tradition that we've started, I think it was certainly before my time here, I believe 20 years ago, was the Freethought Gallery. And I hope all of you have had a chance to see it. It is right in the middle there behind our cameraman. Thank you, cameraman. But behind him are all of these posters of amazing people throughout history that have in one way or the other contributed to our idea of Freethought and exhibit our core values. Every year we induct more people into that gallery, and well, we've got 4 more just to make up for some lost time. And so various members of our committee have a little bit of prepared things to say about them, and they will be added to that gallery in years to come. So I'd like to introduce Kaylee, who's going to read our first inductee.
All right, thank you, David. All right, so I will be reading about Vashti McCullum today. So this first inductee is an author, activist, and former president of the American Humanist Association. In 1944, her son James, in the 4th grade, was given the choice of attending either Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish Bible study for 30 minutes every week. Vashti realized the inappropriateness of this choice, as well as the waste of taxpayer money and discrimination against other religions. Vashti's activism made national headlines when she prevailed in a landmark Supreme Court case in 1948 that dealt with religious involvement in public schools. Her son was made to sit alone in the hallway, despite her request to the school to change its policies. Her last resort was a suit against the school district, which lost. She appealed and lost again. but the Supreme Court voted in her favor 8-1. McCollum versus the Board of Education was a landmark case. Where are we? All right. Thank you. McCollum versus Board of Education was a landmark case. Limits school prayer, sectarian displays on public property, and taxpayer aid to private religious schools. After her win, she went on to write One Woman's Fight. She served 2 terms as president of the American Humanist Association, and she was also one of the signers of the original Humanist Manifesto. The PBS documentary, The Lord is Not on Trial, is based on a book by the same name written by her son, Donnell, written about his mother's activism. Vashti McCollum, thank you.
And to read about our next, please welcome Louie.
Good afternoon. Our next inductee is Zora Neale Hurston. As a child, Zora would dream of walking out to the horizon, looking to see what the end of the world was like. She engaged her creativity and imagined stories and plays. When her mother passed away and her father remarried, Zora left town and worked wandering and struggling to finish school. She earned an associate's degree from Howard University and a bachelor's at Barnard University in New York, the only African-American student at that time. In Florida, Zora documented rural African-American folk stories. In New Orleans, she mapped West African religion over Catholicism and Catholic iconography. In the Bahamas, she documented folk music. And in Haiti and Jamaica, she researched their voodoo rituals. Over time, Zora published 4 novels, 2 books of folklore, an autobiography, numerous short stories, and several essays, articles, and plays. Zora remained active throughout her life, though fell into obscurity after her passing until another literary giant, Miss Alice Walker, rediscovered Zora and ensured that future generations of writers, anthropologists, and philosophers would know of her work. And in honor of Zora Neale Hurston, I would ask you to consider including Black and Indigenous researchers in your work and in your studies, and make sure they get cited. Thank you.
And next, please welcome Arlene.
Hello. Our third inductee for 2022 is the engineer, blogger, and online activist Abhijit Roy. Abhijit was an engineer working in the United States while in 2001 he created Mukto Mona, Bengali for Free Mind, a blog for freethinkers, atheists, and secularists in Bangladesh. With a doctoral degree in biomedical engineering, he became a U.S. citizen and authored 8 books on topics from atheism to astrophysics written in Bengali. In 2013, Islamic political leaders distributed a list of atheist authors and bloggers that violated the Bangladesh's new blasphemy law. 4 authors were arrested, others were murdered, and many websites were shut down. Abhijit responded by organizing international protests against Bangladesh censorship. In support of the arrested bloggers, he organized protests in Dhaka, New York City, Washington, D.C., London, Ottawa, and more. But while visiting a book fair in Dhaka, the capital of Bangladesh, he was murdered. In an interview with BBC's NewsHour, local police officers watched the attack and did nothing. In December 2021, the U.S. State Department announced a $5 million award for information that could lead to the arrest of the man who took his life. His wife, Rafida Ahmed Bonya, continues the daily operation of Mukto Mona, which is still available today.
And this year's final inductee, please welcome Nick.
This year's final inductee is Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. In 1956, she was one of 9 women admitted to Harvard Law School, along with roughly 500 men. She later transferred to Columbia, becoming the first woman to serve on both the Harvard Law Review and Columbia Law Review. And in 1959, she earned her law degree at Columbia, tied first for her class. In 1972, she co-founded the Women's Rights Project at the ACLU, which participated in over 300 gender discrimination cases. She argued 6 cases before the Supreme Court and won 5. In 1993, President Bill Clinton nominated Ruth as an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. She wrote the majority opinion on United States v. Virginia, in which the Supreme Court struck down the long-standing male-only admission policy of the Virginia Military Institute. Ruth Bader Ginsburg served on the Supreme Court until her death in September of 2020 at the age of 87, and is being inducted into our Freethought Freethinker Gallery for her efforts for gender equality, the rights of workers, and the separation of church and state.
I'd like to thank all the readers and certainly all of the work that these 4 inductees have put forward and given us. I also want to thank again all of the sponsors that made this event possible, providing the resources to make these beautiful posters. Mashariki Lawson is not here. She had to go home early, but this would be her opportunity to thank again all of the volunteers that she helped organize over the course of the last 4 months. And again, I want to thank on her behalf all of the volunteers that are here today. Next up, we have some prizes to give away. So Marie and Becky and I believe Nancy, you've got the baskets and you've got the things to draw? Yes, indeed. All right, which one are we doing first, folks? All right, so we've got Marie here. Marie's got the basket, the blue one. This is the on-brand basket, full of Freethought Day swag. And we've got a couple raffle items in there. She is mixing these up quite well.
Making sure everyone gets a shot at this.
And if you're not here, you're not going to hear what I'm about to say, but you still get to keep your prize. We're just going to contact you. Who's our winner of the blue basket?
Our winner of the blue basket is Lucia or Lucilla Morales.
Right up here in front. I'm happy we don't have to ship it to her. Thank you, Marie. All right, who's got our next basket? All right. So this is our basket of science and books and things. And where's our little basket? This is our red basket. All right. Here we go, the adult reader basket. We've got some really cool books here. A book by Zora Neale Hurston, who you just heard about. We've got Alexis's book, Bedtime with Bitsy. We've got one of Eugenie's books in here. And we've got one of Judy Saint's books in here. And who is the winner of the adult reader basket? And who's this person, Becky?
Judy Flattery.
Judy Flattery, are you here?
Judy.
She's at the airport? All right, we're going to get that to her. All right, go ahead and affix that. And our third and final gift basket. All right, here you go. All right, this is the youth basket, and this one, of course, is for the kids inside. We've got 3 of the Bailey's books, who I promise one day will be here at Freethought Day. She has written and illustrated the My Name is Stardust series, an incredible set of books. We've also got a plush pansy, because pansy is kind of our thing, and some other cool science-y things, including a children's set of I Voted stickers, which are adorable. Who is the winner of our youth basket? I'll hold it for you. All right. Kat Ellis. Is Kat still here? Can you give it to her? All right. We're going to give it to Nancy, who's going to give it to her. Awesome. Whoop. You're good. That was funny. All right. Cool. Thank you again for everyone who took the time to fill those out. And better luck next year for everyone who didn't win. So, Every year, in addition to our inductees, we also want to recognize people who've recently passed away that made an incredible contribution to our community. And we've got two to recognize today. Our first is going to be Minga, who's come up here. You heard about her just recently because she is one of the co-founders of California Freethought Day. Back then it was just Sacramento Freethought Day, 21 years ago. And Minga, thank you so much for reading.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for asking me. Last November, our community lost two treasured activists, and my job is to tell you about Jerry Sloan. Jerry was a prominent hero to both the LGBT+ and atheist communities, and a co-founder of Sacramento Freethought Day. He was undoubtedly a hero and a mentor to many. Tirelessly, he brought leadership and advocacy to the communities that he helped to build, and always with a warm smile that spread his optimism to others. There wasn't an event in which you wouldn't find Jerry taking part, most often behind the scenes, asking for no recognition. A humble but determined leader, even when confined to an electric wheelchair, flying his rainbow flag around here. Many of us have seen him in years past. He was always involved and always cheerful. Jerry earned national recognition in 1986 when he filed suit, and he won, for the slanderous remarks made by Reverend Jerry Falwell. Jerry and Falwell were classmates at Baptist Bible College decades earlier, and that was setting up a nemesis-type relationship that would end in a $8,982.90 check that Jerry would donate to form the Lambda community here. It's now the Sacramento LGBT Center. Jerry loved to tell that story, that Jerry won. In 2019, California Freethought Day recognized Jerry for his lifelong work, vigorously defending the rights of LGBT+ and secular communities, and being critically involved in the start of multiple advocacy organizations. He briefly accepted his award. Then he used his time on stage to remind the audience about needed efforts to recognize Freedom of Religion Day, both federally and locally. That was going on right then. That was Jerry putting others before himself, even when he was the one being celebrated.
Thank you so much, Minga. And our second in memoriam today, I'm going to ask Evan to deliver in honor of Bobby Kirkhart.
Hey everyone. I have a beautiful script here that I'm going to ignore. Bobby Kirkhart was a wonderful activist who spent 40 years in the secular movement, building community, building intellectual thought, and building a movement. And what I mean by that is she helped with the founding of Atheists United and its growth over the past 40 years. She was involved and was leadership at Atheist Alliance International. She was one of the earliest supporters and board members for Camp Quest and was critical in the Secular Student Alliance growth. Started her life as a school teacher and a social worker, and in 2009 purchased a large Victorian mansion in Los Angeles that she turned into a community center for local community and progressive causes. Up until her death on Halloween last year, that had been a community space that hosted up to 5 events a month, including the choir you heard earlier that still practices twice a month in that home. Heretic House has been given to her children, but her grandchildren, but the family has continued to open it as a secular and free thought organizing space. If you ever come through Los Angeles, I want you to visit Heretic House, join an event with Atheists United and continue to expand on Bobby's legacy for community building, for freethought, for art, for love, for joy. Thank you in remembering Bobby.
Bobby was a special friend and someone whom I greatly admire, and there's very few people like her. I want to thank.
Was also the very first speaker at Freethought Day.
That's right.
The very first one we had.
That's right. Thank you, Minga. And again, thank you to Evan and Minga and everyone behind me for making today possible. Another round of applause for our amazing committee. We're almost done with our afternoon. I'd like to bring it back to Emery Emery. And we're all going to get back to work, right, folks? We've got an event to run. Let's go.
Event to finish up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for everybody standing on this stage right now. Thank you, David, and thank you, California Freethought Day Committee. One more round of applause for the committee and the dozens of today's volunteers. Let's keep that going. And another round of thanks for the individuals who are supporting us: Kathy Johnson, Kimya Lambert, Minga Futrell, Nick Gray, Robert Nicholson, Robert Pochel, and Wayne Orgar, plus everyone else listed in your program. Thank you. Are you? Yes, let's do that. Keep it going. Let's go. Now, are you ready for your final and, in my humble opinion, most impressive, possibly the best speaker of the evening? Because your final speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I really am excited to bring to you. She joined the Satanic Temple nearly 10 years ago, founded the Utah chapter. I'm going to say that again. She founded a Satanic Temple in Utah. Then joined their senior advisory board. She also served as the director of the temple's after-school Satan Club. I just love saying that sentence. And she is their first female, she is their first woman minister of the Satanic Temple. Everything about that makes my heart soar. Recently, she received their Lifetime Achievement Award. Please help me welcome to this podium and to this event to speak to you, Minister Chalice Blythe.
Hello, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And now I have to live up to some standard you just pushed on everybody, so hopefully I don't disappoint anybody. All right, I'm gonna have to do this. Awesome. Good afternoon. My name is Minister Chalice Blythe, and I am here with you today representing the Satanic Temple. Today, in the spirit of separation of church and state, I am declaring and affirming the Satanic Temple's vehement stance against the chokehold of religious extremism on what is constitutionally a secular and pluralistic nation. So I would venture to guess that some or most of you here have no current religious affiliation or practice, and some among you might view religion in general as a tool of authoritarianism or an obstacle to progress. But the latter viewpoint can be dismissive of minority faiths that are not pushing for theocracy. And that dismissal helps to backdoor Christian supremacy by lumping the members of inoffensive minority religions in with the members of the particular subset of Christianity that is waging war on our civil liberties. Religion, in general, isn't a threat to our civil liberties. Christian supremacy is, and we should call the problem out for what it is. More and more, we see religious freedom misappropriated and used as a weapon of oppression, undercutting the secular governance that has historically and lawfully been at the center of American political life. Recent Supreme Court rulings have demonstrated that they hold religious liberty as supreme above all other human rights, but not religious liberty for all. So what do we do? How do we fight the creeping theocracy when it's been made clear that even the highest court of the land, that religious rights will be given a preference above all other rights? Well, one way to do it is to fight fire with fire.
and repurpose the same laws our oppressors are using to strip away our rights in order to fight for our own. It is in the spirit of our namesake, Satan, the ultimate defier of the ultimate oppressor, that the Satanic Temple brings its fight. The Satanic Temple is chronically and egregiously misrepresented in the media, so I will start this by telling you very briefly about what we are and what we are not. I think understanding our identity and purpose is essential for understanding the rest of my message today. So in interviews, I am constantly asked, doesn't using the name Satan make your activism harder? Why not pick a less divisive name? Why Satan? That would make good sense if we were primarily activists, but that's not the case. We are not activists who have decided to make our jobs unnecessarily difficult by picking a divisive name. That's a lot of work and it brings a lot of headaches. Nor do we exist to troll Christians. In fact, activism is only a small part of the overall activities of the Satanic Temple, and it is an extension of our religious practice. We are Satanists, and our activism is just one manifestation of our sincerely held religious beliefs. We are also not just atheists. Atheist only describes what a person is not. Satanist describes who we are. So Satanism, as practiced by members of the Satanic Temple, I'm just going to say TST, sorry, it's a mouthful, is a non-theistic, non-supernaturalistic religion that centers the character of Satan found in Romantic-era literature as its central metaphor for personal liberation, the pursuit of knowledge, and rebellion against arbitrary authority. We think of Satan as a Promethean hero, defying the divine tyrant to bring the liberating light of knowledge to humanity. We didn't invent Satanism. It's been a codified and recognized religion for over 50 years, but we in TST see ourselves as a natural evolution in Satanism's development. We do not worship or believe in the existence of a spiritual entity called Satan, nor in any other supernatural beings. Our religious tenets encourage principles such as treating others with empathy and compassion, respecting bodily autonomy, and basing our worldview on our best scientific understandings. We do not believe in or worship symbolic evil. We believe that things that cause unnecessary harm are bad, and that things that alleviate suffering are good. TST is a church for non-theistic Satanists who live in accordance with the 7 tenets. We have a membership of over 750,000 people worldwide and over 45 congregations across the United States, Canada, Europe, and Australia. As a religious community, we have a shared ethical code. We have shared religious symbolism. We have a robust ministry program, and new ministers of Satan are being ordained every day. We hold weekly religious services. We officiate weddings and memorial services. We have religious holidays and observance days. And we hold solitary and community rituals to mark important occasions and to build community bonds. We don't believe these rituals create magic. We hold them for their powerful psychological effects, the psychodrama. While non-theistic religion is easily dismissed by those who come from a Western mindset, non-theistic religion is not uncommon when one looks worldwide and throughout world history. Non-theistic Satanism has been studied and written about by recognized scholars of religions such as Professors Massimo Intravigne, Jesper Peterson, and Joseph Laycock. It is even recognized as a legitimate religion by the government of the United States, here, in the land where religion and God are bound so tightly together in the common psyche that it is hard to imagine one existing without the other. Satanism, both in its name and by its nature, are a non-theistic religion, is transgressive. We have adopted the label of the outsider, the rebel, the other. It should be no surprise that we in the Satanic Temple have found ourselves swimming upstream against an increasingly intolerant, increasingly illiberal, and increasingly theocratic society. So what does this fight look like? Well, for starters, we have to recognize the nature and scope of the forces we're up against. While the Christian nationalist power grab we are witnessing today has only recently become a topic of household discussion, the roots of American theocracy are 7 decades in the making. Starting in the 1950s, factions on the political right began to erode our constitutional separation of church and state. In God We Trust replaced E Pluribus Unum and our money, and Under God was added to the Pledge of Allegiance, which is recited daily in public and private schools across the country. These changes were made officially to equate American capitalism and democracy with godliness as a bulwark against godless communism. Concurrently with these changes, charismatic preachers such as Billy Graham popularized a merger of patriotism and Christian religiosity, in which one might call national Christianity. Graham and others like him easily found favor with right-leaning politicians and conservative business leaders. They courted friendships with anti-communist fanatics like Senator Joseph McCarthy and became increasingly present in the Oval Office. In the 1960s, saw the Christian right coalesce as a political force, a backlash against both secular society and the de jure end of segregation. They represented the removal of prayer from public schools, the counterculture and its rejection of traditional power structures, and the challenges to traditional religious values posed by feminism and a budding LGBTQ movement. The evangelical grab for political supremacy began in the 1970s, as preachers like Jerry Falwell Sr. and Pat Robertson, which we've heard about today, told their followers that Christians had the duty to force secular-minded people out of government and other positions of authority. Over the next 2 decades, the Christian right became a powerful voting bloc and gained significant power within the Republican Party. The 1980s and 1990s saw the Satanic Panic with its dehumanization and scapegoating of harmless and innocent people in an obscene display of mass delusion, which was worthy of the witch trials of old. By the early 2000s, the marriage between evangelical Christianity and the Republican Party had become complete. Wannabe theocrats started to call for the complete takeover of the 7 mountains, summarizing what they see as representing every major element of public and private life, namely religion, family, education, government, media, arts and entertainment, and business. Today, one of the most existential threats to secular government and to American religious liberty and pluralism is at play: Project Blitz. Project Blitz is a coalition of Christian right groups that encourage lawmakers to pass model legislation collectively aimed at ending the separation of church and state, and that promotes the election of theocratically minded politicians at every level of government. Model legislation, authored or sponsored by Project Blitz, has forced public schools to post "In God We Trust" signs in their buildings, push for prayer in public schools, and more egregiously have created legal loopholes that allow businesses and adoption agencies to discriminate against religious minorities and the LGBTQ plus people under the guise that respecting their basic human rights is a violation of religious liberty. It is no accident that these carbon copy bills are cropping up in communities all across the country simultaneously. It is the result of highly coordinated and a well-funded effort. Project Blitz twists language meant to protect everyone's freedoms of conscience, including members of minority religious groups and those without religion at all, and turning religious liberty laws into a cudgel for implementing Christian supremacy. In their publicly available playbook, Project Blitz has 3 categories of legislation and model legislation. The first category consists of bills that are likely to stroke culture war flames. The classic example being bills to post "In God We Trust" signs in schools. The purpose of this category of bills is twofold. These bills pave the way for later political attacks, painting opponents as anti-faith while pushing the narrative that the United States is a Christian nation. The second category is more bold, such as declaring Christian Heritage Week that then be used as the backdoor religious teaching into schools. That's how they get in there. The playbook adds, if any legislator opposes this, it will be helpful to get him or her on the record against heritage and freedom. The third category of bills is the most egregious. At this stage, the Project Blitz playbook calls for resolutions in favor of biblical values concerning marriage and sexuality, such as establishing public policy favoring adoption by heterosexual marriage-based families, and establishing public policy favoring intimate sexual relations only between married heterosexual couples. For all Project Blitz's insistence on defending religious liberty for all, the true purpose of their initiatives is spelled out in plain language on their own publicly searchable playbook, which goes by the full name, Report and Analysis on Religious Freedom Measures Impacting Prayer and Faith in America. And now, the theocrats have come out in the open. Politicians and elected officials have openly embraced Christian nationalism and are stoking the flames of violence against anybody who does not agree with their racist, heteronormative, patriarchal, and theocratic plans for society. The threat to secular governance and our civil liberties hasn't only come from legislation. The Supreme Court has gone rogue. It's ultra-conservative, reactionary majority just doing whatever the fuck it feels like with blatant disregard for judicial precedent or even basic facts. With the overturning of Roe v. Wade, we saw, for the first time in American history, the rights of citizens being rolled back, with more than 50 years of reproductive rights gains hobbled in states across the country. Politicians in many states, mostly cisgender men, suddenly gained rights over the bodies of everybody of reproductive capacity, rights that supersede people's own bodily autonomy. SCOTUS has demonstrated that none of our constitutionally guaranteed freedoms are safe. Justices have already put into writing that they think our right to marriage equality is questionable. They have also put into writing that they think our right to use contraception, even in the confines of their approved marriage, should be re-examined. Judicial abuse does not end with the Supreme Court. In every legal case fought by the Satanic Temple in defense of our religious equality, we have faced judges that have questioned our authenticity as a religion, that have stonewalled, and that have made decisions that deny us equal protections under the law that adherents of the majority faith take for granted. It is blatantly clear that in America today, there are two sets of rights. It's a situation of constitution for me and not for thee. The law is applied in such a way as to provide protections for some groups and to place controls on others. We have been attacked and dehumanized by politicians and elected officials. City governments have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars or have situationally redefined words like discrimination beyond recognition in order to prevent us from giving invocations at public meetings. Government bureaucrats have written in emails to each other that our desire for representation in public life is equality gone too far. That is a direct quote, equality gone too far. Members volunteering to clean trash from roadsides have been told by senior state officials that their participation in civic life is, quote, not in the best interest of our state. So, now that I've highlighted the hellscape we currently occupy, I'd like to highlight what we Satanists are doing to resist. When we engage in activism, the Satanic Temple's overall aim is to demand our religious liberties. But our hope is also that our wins will benefit everybody and have an impact across the board, helping to advance the rights of everyone and not just adherents of the majority faith. Over the years, we have utilized various tactics to push for equitable representation in civic life and affirming our religious rights. For example, some of you may have seen in the news over the years, we've offered the Baphomet statue be placed next to the Ten Commandments monuments when they're erected on the state capitol grounds. To show that those states' governments are not showing preference for one religious viewpoint above all others. But today I'd like to focus on the ongoing efforts that have far more serious implications should they go unchallenged. So one way we have challenged Christian religious hegemony is through applying to give invocations at the openings of public city council meetings, where that tradition is still in practice. So in theory, invocations are meant to be open to people of all faiths who wish to participate. I say in theory, quote unquote, because in practice, leading invocations has routinely been denied to people of minority religious viewpoints. Our attempt to lead an invocation at the Phoenix City Hall led to city officials abandoning the practice of giving invocations before the city government meetings altogether. They abandoned the tradition rather than allowing us to participate, so that was great. When we volunteered to lead an invocation in Scottsdale, Arizona, the city responded by spending hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars and years in litigation to prevent us from participating. We lost that case on a technicality, but in their ruling, the Federal Circuit Court did affirm our practice of Satanism as a legitimate religion, and that the Satanic Temple is a legitimate church, which, I mean, for me as a Satanist, having belonged to a minority faith all my life, never being recognized as anything being other than trolls, it's a big deal. It's a really big deal, unexpected win in its own right, and it also goes across the board for any other religious minority. So that was cool. We have city officials on record. I just lost my spot. That's not great. I was on a roll. Why did I do that? Yeah, okay, all right, found it. So currently, we are facing a case of blatant discrimination in Boston, where invocations are by invitation of city officials only. They've even admitted to pay-to-pray practice. They pay people, their friends, to come and give invocations. And we have city officials on record saying that they think a policy of only inviting members of certain faiths to give invocations and denying that opportunity to members of other faiths, like us, doesn't count as discrimination. That's not what it's defined by. It is by definition religious discrimination. And the fact that elected officials don't see this for what it is incredibly upsetting, considering they are supposed to be representing all constituents of all types, whether they are religious or not. You may also be aware of the Satanic Temple's religious reproductive rights, efforts to affirm our rights to access to abortion. Yeah. So since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, efforts to ban access to abortion outright have been accelerating. A deadly siege upon our bodies and a violation of our inherent rights. If a person has no right to bodily autonomy, all other rights become meaningless. Again and again, we see extremist lawmakers and entitled religious activists force their religious viewpoints on our society. State laws restricting abortion access rights serve no medical purpose and are merely attempts at controlling the bodies of those deemed to be less than human. Incubators and creators of the future workforce, a vessel to meet capitalistic supply and demand. And as somebody who is currently impacted by these laws, all I can say is, fuck that and fuck them. So as Satanists, we are guided by our sincerely and deeply held religious beliefs. These beliefs hold that we have an inviolable right to make decisions about our own bodies, and that those decisions are ours alone to make, and should be based on best scientific understanding of the world. We hold that when either of these tenets of our faith are violated, or are under threat, or when specific religious viewpoints are written into law, it is our duty to stand firmly in defiance. In accordance with these tenets, we religiously object to many abortion restrictions being passed all over the country as they violate our right to free religious practice afforded to us in the Constitution, as well as by the State Religious Freedom Restoration Acts, or RFRA. And those laws are written to, quote unquote, protect religious practices and beliefs from government interference. In particular, these restrictions interfere with our ability to perform our religious abortion ritual. The Satanic Temple's religious abortion ritual is a celebration of bodily autonomy, as well as mind and spirit, and a freedom from paternalistic and misogynistic traditions. The ritual involves the recitation of two of our tenets and a personal affirmation that is ceremoniously intertwined with the abortion itself. So to be clear, Satanism does not require one to have an abortion as mandatory practice, and you'll find that a lot of Satanists, don't choose abortion for themselves. But for those who make that choice to not be pregnant for any reason, the abortion ritual is meant to be a deeply personal ritual that affirms their right to do so without shame and guilt, and instead feel affirmed in their right to their bodily autonomy as supported by their religious faith. So because TST's abortion ritual is a religious practice, which is substantially interfered with by medically unnecessary abortion regulations and bans, and because RFRA is a body of laws which create a legal right to religious exemptions from the laws that substantially interfere with our religious practice, TST's membership is entitled to statutory exemptions pursuant to RFRA. So it is on that principle that we currently have lawsuits filed in Texas, Indiana, and Idaho that are pending further litigation. So we're putting them to task. We'll see how that goes. So we're getting closer to the November elections, and the spirit of this year's California Freethought Day theme is question, think, vote. I hope that my words have answered or maybe raised some questions in you, and they have given you something to think about. Recent history has demonstrated that it is essential to know what issues are at stake and who you are voting for and putting into every office in the land. Every school board member, every judge, every city council member, every legislator, and every executive that has a role to play in how our struggle unfolds. Every election is important. Your voice counts. The far right would not be spending tens of thousands of hours and hundreds of millions of dollars to take away our right to vote if it didn't matter. Theocracy is encroaching on every level of society. Things small but symbolic, like giving an invocation, and things as existential as our rights to bodily autonomy are under threat from religious extremism. I encourage you all to see how minority religious communities, not just Satanists, are being discriminated against by government policy. The Satanic Temple's struggle is just one part of a larger struggle by many groups and organizations to maintain secular governance and a pluralistic society in which one religious viewpoint is not given official deference over all others. One of our best tools to stop theocrats from seizing total control of our government is to vote them out. Because whether you are a Satanist, atheist, humanist, any kind of theist, whether you are part of the BIPOC or LGBTQ community, or have any identity or part of you that isn't white, cis, conservative Christian male, they're coming for us. And if they're allowed to continue their pursuit of total theocracy, we will all, at the end of the day, share that same jail cell. Join us in our fight against our oppressors and share in the satanic pursuit of justice against any laws or institutions that would seek to subjugate us. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and thank you to the organizers of today's event. Thank you for including me and for allowing me to come and speak about my religious community and have our voices be heard. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Chalice, do we have any questions? No questions? I don't see any hands going up. Thank you very much, Chalice. Let's have a round of applause. Chalice Blythe. Good job. Thank you so much. All right. I'm excited about the work that the Satanic Temple is doing. I've been a hardcore atheist for a long time when they started doing the things they were doing, and it didn't make sense to me. And she just stood up here and explained to everybody who might be confused about what the Satanic Temple is about, should no longer in any way be confused about what the Satanic Temple is about and doing, and why what they're doing is important. One more time, the Satanic Temple. And Chalice Blythe, thank you for sharing. Now, to close us out, let's welcome poet and activist Nancy Gonzalez. Nancy is our first Chicana poet with work appearing in several journals, including the Poetry of Resistance, Voices for Social Justice, and Sacramento Voices. She's a member of the Sacramento Poetry Alliance and teaches elementary students in Lodi, California. Please welcome Nancy Gonzalez. Lodi!
Lodi! Thank you. Thank you for everyone that's here today, and for David Diskin inviting me, and thank you to everyone that organized this wonderful event. My only poem that I'm reading, it's called Expedition of the Heart. I write a lot about women and immigrants. My mother was an immigrant. She came from Mexico when she was 16 years old, and she really influenced me. And I work a lot with migrant students as well, so it's very close to my heart. This poem is about an immigrant woman that does different jobs, like she's a maid and a farm worker. So, Expedition of the Heart. A woman's voice whispers in Espanol. There is no silence during daylight hours, only memory arranged and scattered, days that become years, map-charted life, air thick with absence, un canto. Through Michoacan, the fishermen throw nets into clear waters, fish sink heartsick, light is submerged, revolution leaves dusk, thick insurgents shapes arc. She clasps her hands, gazes out, in the womb, a child stirs. Door heart creaks in the empty house. Resolve ripens, becomes honeyed. She has died and has been resurrected. She must leave the river that sings. Now the monarch beckons. Stains have been scrubbed in laundry detergent, bleached in stark bubbles that shine like prismatic marbles, creating rhythm on washboard ridges, soft hands, massage, grime, bitterness. Wooden pins fasten 3 shirts and a bed sheet. Alabaster, they flap in the breeze. She knows she must travel lightly, leave segments to soak, to lift, to float feathered and basked in the impermanent sunlight. What is known will be known. What I take in this black chest is not mine, it is ours. These tracks will take me back to the smell of copal and agave nectar, where I will kick the scorpion and hold the snake. I clasp these words written on crumpled paper, words that have carried me through vacant terrain. I hold these needles, which I will use to thread together shreds, mend each emotion filament by filament. I am not who I was. You will know me in you. I will rename each radiant blade of grass, each distant storm after you. Be careful not to bruise the apples. That is not to spoil the flesh. I was told to twist the stem gently, leave the tree as it is. Fruit is placed into wooden crates, carried to the truck. We were told there would be water in a bathroom. There wasn't. We were told we wouldn't be sprayed with pesticides. We were told many lies. We watch majestic seasons clinched and followed shift, follow the crops and old cars where they lead. We are strangers, yet friends. We are hombres y mujeres, always leaving behind something, someone, each other, always searching orchards and rows for distant secrets, trying not to bruise. I trust one, and perhaps I trust none. I wear an apron, sweep and mop the houses of others than my own. I clean mirrors so I can see what is and what is not. Wipe reflections with rags as solitude encloses. After dusting, motes remain and gather. These granules accumulate. How far I have come, each sepia detail crisscrossing small daily miracles. I am where I am, these things I touch with my two hands, a hot stove, pots, pans, a cup of tea, my children. I belong to myself, to others. This space is mine, this spot where the floor is illuminated. I need to tell you, you are enough. You will leave pieces of yourself scattered through the world. You will be drawn back by generations of madres, padres, hermanas, y hermanos. You will envision your ancestors existed, far removed from desolation. You will scrape together details of their lives, become the author of your history, tell their stories with your words. Our narratives will continue. We will find our way home. Thank you so much.
If you say Lodi, you Lodi. And I knew it as soon as you repeated it. I'm like, I did that wrong, didn't I? One error out of how many other? Probably 17 errors today. Did you all have a great time? I had a blast. I had a blast with you. I had a blast doing what we did. And all of the people that I got to meet today and some of the people that I know who I got to see again, I'm really, really happy to have connected and reconnected. I hope that you all connected and reconnected with like-minded people as well. Thanks to all our volunteers who worked so hard to make this entire weekend happen. And thanks to the sponsors one more time for supporting today's event. And everyone else who donated, especially those who supported us today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please join me in thanking Pam Taylor and Alexis for being our photographers. Let's hear it for them. Bruce Gleason, who is sitting back there behind the videography equipment trying to figure out why would that thing cut out when there's nothing wrong with it. Panera Bread, Courtyard Marriott for their discounted food and lodging. They're not here, they're just places. You don't have to applaud. Abraham Mackey and James Courtney for entertaining us last evening. Paul Wyron. No? Weirin? No, there's no such thing as close enough, David Diskin. You, my friend, have taught me that today. I'm sorry, to die. You have taught me that to die. Is it to die or today? Which is it? Anyway, Paul Wyron for the design of our T-shirts. Scholarship Impact for assisting with our essay contest, and everyone who entered. Sacramento's Big Day of Giving for helping us with early fundraising and all our big dog donors, all the people and organizations that donated to our silent auction and door prizes. Hey, let's thank Representative Jimmy Gomez. Yeah, Jimmy Gomez, for being an advocate for secular rights. Now, how about one more round of applause for all of our speakers, our entertainers, our authors, podcasters, and scholarship winners. And thank the California Freethought Day Committee. I had a wonderful time. I hope everybody online enjoyed what they saw, and I hope that you'll all come back next year, because I'll see you here if I'm lucky. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been it. Now please welcome back David Diskin.
But how about this MC, Emery Emery, everybody?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, before you leave, please visit that registration table. If you want to give us a few bucks, that's great. But we also have some last-minute clearance sales on a few things that we don't want to take home with us. Some of those great T-shirts from prior years as well, gift things, all kinds of stuff. Also, books from many of the authors that you saw here today, and even some free stuff for you. Now, if you stick around much longer, we're going to ask you to help. So if you want to help us out, you're going to meet me right over here. We've got chairs, tables, canopies to all put away. But for everyone else, I want you to drive home safely, and I want you to mark your calendar for next year, the weekend of October 7 and 8, 2023. And thank you for joining us at California Freethought Day.
Life can be hard, things can get rough. Stay on your guard and protect the good stuff. Sometimes we all feel like we've had enough. Don't wanna spend my short time feeling down, or go through my days getting used to a frown. So I will express my anger, the credit is due, but it won't take away from my gratitude. There's nowhere to hide when you live in a cage. You feel young inside, but on the outside you age. And everyone lied when they told you there's the next stage. 'Cause one day my memories will all be gone. Not a single one of all who I love will go on. And I'm afraid at the end, yeah, I don't want it all too, but it won't take away from my gratitude. When the world is on fire, down come the rains. Truth and desire help us overcome our pains. And when we take it higher, only mystery remains. And it's almost too good to be real. And while it's hard to define the transcendence we feel, I don't believe in a great power to say thank you to, but it won't take away from my gratitude. Now